Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the early childhood education and care sector in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Owing to the nature of this inquiry, some evidence presented today may contain sensitive content and themes, which some viewers may find distressing. There are referrals to services available on our inquiry website if you need support. I now welcome our first witness. Thank you so much for making yourself available this morning. If I could ask you to please state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yes, good morning. My name is Linda Jane Howlett. I'm the Detective Superintendent of the New South Wales Police and I'm the Commander of the New South Wales Police Child Abuse Squad. I'm happy to take an oath.
Have you got the words? Have they given you the words for the oath?
Oh, sorry.
You're okay.
I apologise. I'm used to court where they swear.
Yes.
I apologise. I swear on oath that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
No, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. I think it would be helpful if you could start by explaining to the committee sort of what your role is and how it interacts with the early childhood system, and in particular the connection between your unit and the regulatory authority and other people who may have reports come to them about suspected or alleged abuse of children.
Yes, of course. I'm a Detective Superintendent. I'm the Commander of the New South Wales Police Child Abuse Squad, as I've stated. I've been a police officer for 43 years and I've been working in this sector for in excess of 15 years. This is my third stint back. Previously, I've been the Commander of the Child Protection Register and also the Commander of the Sex Crime Squad, and now I'm the Commander of the Child Abuse Squad. We have approximately 235 staff around 19 locations around the state. We work jointly with New South Wales Health and DCJ. Basically, we deal with sexual assaults of children, serious physical assaults and serious cases of neglect. Basically what happens is a report is made to the New South Wales helpline. It comes through to the helpline and then it goes to what they call the JRU, which is a Joint Response Unit. The JRU comprises of New South Wales Police reps from my squad, New South Wales Health and DCJ. They assess the information that's provided in regard to the allegations, and then they then make a decision whether it goes to the Child Abuse Squad for investigation, or it goes to a PAC or PD, or if there's no criminal element, it could go to the CSC or need a health intervention. So we only really deal with the most serious allegations. We probably get around 6,000 reports per year. As a result, in the last couple of years, we've had some significant media interest in regard to offences within the childcare sector. Those investigations have come to my squad. So as a result of a couple of high-profile ones, we liaise with the early education area sector and basically getting information about the allegation that's taken place, any evidence that might exist, any background information that we actually might require from them in regard to, especially if the allegation relates to a childcare worker, how long they've been employed for, the hours that they worked, any evidence that might exist, any CCTV evidence that might exist, and we do a thorough investigation, which ultimately, hopefully, leads to the arrest of those offenders. As a result of some high-profile matters in the last, say, 24 months, I've actively reached out to the Department of Education and have had a number of meetings with them, and we've met about 4 or 5 times, but in the recent months we've probably been meeting on a weekly basis, just so that there's an understanding between the sector and the New South Wales Police in regard to of mandatory reporting. There seems to be some confusion within the sector about what to do when an allegation is made. So we're trying to clarify that.
I think that evidence has come through quite clearly from
Yes.
workers as well to the inquiry. I have noticed, looking at the sector updates that get sent out from the Department of Education over the last few years, they didn't really used to mention the police, but in this year there has been a lot of reference to mentioning, to contacting police.
I've been pushing that point
I was
very
going to say, is
strongly.
that as a result of your
Yes.
good work? Excellent, thank you. There have been talk of, I'm looking, sorry, I should probably get copies of this and table it so we can see. I will do that, but just in the meantime, I'm looking at a sheet that the New South Wales Department of Education puts out that says responding to incidents, disclosures and suspicions of child abuse, and this is the standard sheet that gets that is required to be put up in each centre so that staff know who to report to. It's in 8-point font. It's a very complex document that has a number of different requirements listed here depending on what kind of incident it is, and seems to require quite a lot of judgment. So at the top it says report to management, then it says New South Wales Police, you must report all instances alleged or witnessed of child abuse, including assault or sexual abuse, including grooming. I think perhaps that requires a certain level of understanding of what grooming is in order to do that complaint. What workers are telling us is then there's another requirement to call the Department of Communities and Justice if a child is considered to be at risk of significant harm. There's then another requirement to contact the Department of Education separately if it is in relation to complaints about behaviour under the standards expected of early childhood centres. And then also the New South Wales Office of Children's Guardian should be contacted in certain cases as well. What staff are telling us is that those kind of 5 different levels, it's really hard for them to know which one they're supposed to go to. And given the difficulties that they're already facing when it comes to feeling that they might get fired or other, maybe they're making a big deal of something that's not a big problem. What they're saying to us is, that they don't know sort of what to do. Do you think there should just be a single number that they can call?
Yes, I've actually spoken. I had a Teams meeting with a number of people within the sector. There was about 2,000 people online. I think there really is a lack of understanding, and I've actually tried to explain to them that it should be really simplified. For instance, if they see a crime occurring, they should report it to the police, straight out, doesn't matter. I mean, for instance, if you were walking down the street and you saw someone being assaulted, 9 times out of 10, most people would contact the police. I don't really understand why this sector sees a criminal offence or an offence and they choose to report it to the regulator. I mean, that has problems. That's problematic in itself, in the fact that evidence could be destroyed. You're giving a heads up to a lot of people. I've tried to make it very clear, 3 simple steps. You just report to the police. If it's a criminal allegation in regard to the behaviour, and I've made it very clear, we will do the reporting to the other agencies on their behalf. They don't have to do that. However, if it's suspicious activity in regard to a co-worker, etc., then they should be reporting it to the working with children area. I think there's some reluctance, and that's the difficulty that we're seeing, is reluctance by people within the agencies to actually report to the police because, first of all, they don't want to get the sack. And the other thing is they don't want their centres to have a bad reputation because, whether we like it or not, there is a lot of money made in this sector. So what I'm suggesting, what I've said to them is I really want them to report to the police. They shouldn't be doing the assessment and they shouldn't be doing the decision making. They should just report it to the police. That's our role and responsibility. Because, as I said, they might not have an understanding of the complexities and what we require as police officers. A lot of them, they'll do their own investigations before they report it to the police, or they'll have a conversation with the person of interest and then as a result of that contaminate further, evidence that might come about, or they'll go and question the child itself, and that's something that we totally disagree with. They shouldn't be questioning the children. They should get a free narrative from the child of what's taken place, and then it's up to us to be interviewing the child, because we've got specialist investigators who focus upon that.
And do you think that those other organisations, when they get reported to, if they do make it through management and management makes the report up and it goes to, say, the regulatory authority, do you think that they are sufficiently passing on information to you? And if not, what are the obstacles in the way for them doing that?
My concern is the timeliness of information, and I really don't personally. I don't agree with the fact that it's we're getting the information third or fourth hand, and it's not in a timely manner. Sometimes we'll be told that a child has actually been returned home. It could be after hours. And as you can appreciate, it's not appropriate to be interviewing a child in the early hours of the morning or after they've had a long day. The other thing that we've noticed in particular is a lack of reporting. For instance, we have a number of people before the court in regard to physical assaults on children. And one person in particular we charged recently with failing to provide medical treatment for a child. They dropped the child had a fractured leg in 2 places, and they didn't report it to anyone. They didn't tell the parents. The child was only taken to the hospital a week later, where that child sustained a significant injury and was obviously in quite distress for a number of days, and nothing was ever reported to us. And when we approached the centre, they actually denied anything took place. It was the CCTV that we obtained the evidence that we saw the actual injuries and how the actual injury took place.
So as you know, I've been looking through some documents that came back from order for papers from the regulator, which has been an incredible source of information in terms of looking at what is going on a day-to-day basis. One of the, for the large providers, the Department of Education produces this thing called a large provider report, and they do them just on a 6-month period. I'm looking at one for Affinity, where they had, not Affinity, this one is, I don't want to get it wrong, this one is G8. So this is just a 6-month period from October 21 to March 22. And there's 2 concerning incidents in here that I want to read out to you, because I want to understand how the police interaction occurs with the regulatory authority in these instances.
Sure.
So the first one was at Sandcastle's childcare in Brookvale. It says allegations have been made against an educator by 3 other educators that he has interacted inappropriately with children, including the children sitting on the educator's lap, laying on top of the educator, and the educator taking children individually to the programming room, laundry and office. The outcome was enforceable undertaking issued to educator, employment terminated. I'd like to know, would that have been sort of given to the police? And I'll just read you the other one. Greenwood Central Park duo, allegation of inappropriate interactions during nappy changes. Parents have complained after their child kept putting their fingers in their anus during a nappy change, and when asked why, they replied with a male educator's name. Outcome was insufficient evidence to support the allegation. Would those have come to the police for investigation, or is that something that the regulatory authority is looking at and then deciding whether or not they hand over to the police?
I would say the second one would have come to us. It should have been if there was an allegation of sexual assault. The first one, I have to take that on notice. If I could check the records and see if it was reported to us. But I'd say on the face of it, it doesn't really disclose a criminal offence, so there is a possibility it might not have been reported to us.
So just one last question, then I'll hand over, a lot of people are asking, it seems that a lot of these sexual offenders in the early learning sector are being found not because of reports coming up through where they're working, but actually from detectives doing other work, which happens to find things on people's phones or laptops, and then it gets sort of, that information then goes back, and then we find out that they've been in these centres. How do you take those little bits of information that added together create a red flag where you can say, oh, hang on a minute, this person working in a centre is is potentially an abuser, and you can start to watch them. How is that happening? How are you getting that information?
As a matter of fact, that's something that I've been working with the early education area for the last 12 months, specifically on that. They have a lot of data that we should be having access to in regard to those suspicious activities, because you're correct. Often we'll find out through other sources about a crime taking place, and then we'll backtrack. What people don't really understand is a lot of these offenders are very, very smart. They've got an aim in mind. So what they will do is they will centre shop. They'll go to a number of centres and work there. And if they've got the appropriate processes in place that they can't offend, they'll move on to the next centre. It's where they identify, and that's why you'll see if you look at some of the histories of some of the high-profile offenders, some of them worked in 21 centres, some have worked in 50 centres. What they'll do is they basically shop around. They'll find a centre that's perhaps not adhering to the processes, and then what they will do is then stay there, and that's how they then get to offend against the children. So I am working with them in the early education area to actually identify these people, start targeting these people, and to ensure that information, it might only seem very minor to someone in the workplace, but if you find that they've worked at 5 or 6 centres and there's same sort of type of allegations, then that should be a red flag, and that information should be provided to the police. I'm not saying it will lead to a criminal offence. However, what it could do is actually could provide intel to us that that's someone that we really should be paying closer attention to. And I don't feel that some of the people who are working that space have an appreciation of that. And sometimes there's too much responsibility placed on the workers that are there. And I think you've got to understand that people who sexually offend against children are very, very good groomers. They will groom not only their fellow workers, in particular, they will groom the parents, etc. I mean, tragically, a number of high-profile cases we've had, when we've spoken to the parents or we've spoken to the educators, the first thing they always say, 9 times out of 10, is what a wonderful person they are. I can't believe how lovely they are. You know, they went above and beyond for my child. Well, then, for me personally, because I'm probably skewed because I've been working in this area for a long time, for me that's a red flag. But I suppose for a parent who wants the best for their child, they may not see that as a red flag. They could see that someone's committed to helping their child or being protective of their child. So it's a catch-22, and it's a very difficult situation for parents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your evidence. Detective Superintendent, is that the correct way to address you?
Yes, that's correct.
Just wanted to check. I'm just sort of following on from that, and obviously this is a very complex space, and I think your expertise is going to be very valuable to the committee in terms of your evidence, so thank you for being here. One of the things that I sort of get raised with me with early childhood providers, the quality ones who are devastated by these incidents that occur, and that predators do come in, as you say, very much with a clear, decision about what they're at those services to do. Are there ways that we could look to, to your point about flagging people with concerning behaviour? One thing I hear from providers is someone might come to me, they've still got their working with children check, they haven't escalated their behaviour to a level where they have lost that, but this shopping centres, this moving around different places, where do you think, from either a police perspective, and perhaps this is a question for the regulator as well, is there a kind of middle ground that the government could be looking at to say, well, as you say, this is a red flag. How do we have that balance between having someone who hasn't actually had an offence per se, but there's that problematic behaviour? Where is that gap that you see it from your work with the Education Department as well, in terms of how do you close that loophole, I guess, of identifying these people?
I personally would like to see a database that actually has all those red flags included in it. At the end of the day, the offenders that we've actually charged, and a number of them are quite high profile, have never had a criminal history. They would never, they have a working with children check, and that's the issue. They're not going to do anything to jeopardise that, because their aim is they need access to the children. So that's their main aim, and they will do anything to get that. So they'll stay under the radar, and that's what I'm saying. What they'll do is they'll shop around. They'll look for centres that aren't doing the right thing, and that's where they have the opportunity to offend. If they're actually the centre is doing the right thing, what you'll find is then they'll move on because they realise they're not going to get what they want. So I would like to see an open database that the police have access to that highlights some, I mean, as I said, it might not lead to a criminal offence, but it should be what I consider to be intel based.
Yes, and I mean, one example someone raised with me recently was another service had let go of someone because nothing was proven, but there was problematic behaviour that the staff were uncomfortable with. And it was only that the two providers knew each other that this person then went to apply somewhere else, and they were able to say, look, you know, this is the circumstances in which they left their old job. But none of it met the threshold for, it was a bit like the first example that you gave, Abigail. Like, it was, people were concerned, but it wasn't enough to be a criminal offence. And so that sort of information in a database you think would be useful for police, but I'm also for the sector.
Very much so. I mean, obviously we can't crucify people, you know, people have got their rights, etc.
Yes.
But that's why I think a database should exist, reasons why people have left the centre. And it's what I consider, it's a flag. So then that information should be recorded. And rather than the police going to the early educators and asking for that information, I would like to see us having direct access to that database, that we could go in and actually be a little bit proactive on some of the things that are taking place or some of the people, because as I said, often everyone will rave about these people and say how wonderful they are, how caring they are, how committed they are and all the rest of it. Well, I'm probably a little bit suspicious about the reason why they're acting like that. As opposed to some people, you know, as I said, a lot of people won't report because, first of all, they fear they'll lose their job if they do so. And secondly, they don't want any bad association with the centre that they're working at because people won't bring their children there.
Yes, yeah.
So there's a reluctance of people to report. And tragically, we have charged people with failing to report as a result of some of the criminal allegations that we've investigated.
Yeah. Can I just ask one more question, Chair? We also had some evidence from witnesses yesterday in relation to some of the, I suppose you'd call them oversight mechanisms, you know, not having educators having personal phones, the CCTV trial. Many have said that would, you know, that might help prove or disprove an event, but they're not appropriate to have in, you know, nappy change or toileting areas. Or I guess from your professional opinion, do you think that is a help or a hindrance? Is it the wrong focus to be looking at things like CCTV and who has access to devices, or is it a bit of a band-aid solution? I'm
an advocate for CCTV, to be totally honest.
Yep.
The investigations that I've personally had a look at, that a number of people forget that there's CCTV there. I'm not saying, and if I can put it this way, I'm not saying put it directly above the nappy changing area and focusing on the genitals of a child. I'm not suggesting that. You'll find a lot of the offending doesn't take place actually in that nappy changing area because there's too many people walking in and out and they can be disturbed. Where most of the offending takes place is in the rooms that they have access to, the children, unlimited access. So really my strongest recommendation is that there should always be two persons in a room, always. I know centres aren't agreeing with that. I know that they're saying they can't employ and those people. But at the end of the day, we are talking about this sector is earning a lot of money, whether you like it or not. There's a lot of money involved. And what price do we put on the safety of our children? You know, at the end of the day, people see the small thing, but at the end of the day, once a child has been offended against, that would have ramifications for the rest of their lives. And a lot of them that tragically that I've come across and spoken to who are now adults have indicated they've had mental health issues, drug or alcohol abuse, etc., and it has a completely devastating effect on the person itself, the victim. And so at the end of the day, it might be a very small cost at the very beginning that will actually assist. I would say that two persons should always be in the one room because let's face it, you're unlikely to offend. And then cameras, if I'm going to be really honest about it, what's stopping a person from bringing their mobile phone in, handing in what I call the dummy phone in the morning into wherever they have to leave it? I mean, if you look on the dark web, some of the cameras that are available to people You know, you could be wearing a badge.
Someone said that yesterday.
You know, at the end, and I've seen it. I've actually seen, and I've had investigations where you would be hard pushed to actually find the camera. You know, you see teddy cams, you see dolls, you see everything. Everything's out there. And if they're desperate enough to do it, they will do it. People can actually film on their watch now, whether you like it or not. So where do you stop? One of the strongest things that I see is actually having two persons in a room at all time, because the offenders that we've seen, they've had unlimited access, whether it was, say, for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, where they can offend against these children without anyone coming to check or look at them. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you.
I'm going to go Ms. Saval, then Ms. Merton, and then to Mr. Diadam online. Go ahead.
Thank you for the hearing today. I just wanted to ask you a question to follow on from the conversation around CCTV. You alluded to it at the start of your evidence, but I'm keen to understand how that sort of strictly controlled CCTV could support or does support police in their investigations.
Well, for instance, where the child had the injury, the two breaks to their leg, the CCTV clearly shows the carer walking with the child, dropping the child hits the floor, they then land on top of the child, and then they're trying to settle the child. They can't settle the child there, and then give the child to another person to look after. So they actually forgot. They originally, when we spoke to them, denied anything had taken place. They hadn't reported it. We actually had a look at the CCTV, and it was very clear from the CCTV what's actually taken place. Two recent workers that we've charged, very much so. There was cameras set up, CCTV, and we clearly see the two separate workers assaulting a child at nap time. So that was captured. I think because they work, they just forget that the CCTV is there. So it has assisted, but also my argument to a number of centres who have said that they don't agree with it. At the end of the day, it's probably an insurance policy for you as well. If you're doing the right thing, then the CCTV will show that.
Yeah, we had workers.
If you've got nothing to hide, then I can't understand why you've got such an objection to it. Because I'm suspicious, I would suggest the reason why you don't is perhaps you're not following the appropriate procedures. Perhaps you don't have the two persons around at the same time, and your systems and processes aren't in place correctly, which is something that you obviously don't want us to find out about.
And so without that CCTV evidence in the cases that you've mentioned, without that CCTV footage, would you have been able to result in a conclusion of that case, or would it have been the case that you would have lacked sufficient evidence were it not for that CCTV footage?
We would have lacked sufficient evidence. In actual fact, the case where it was the child with a broken leg in two places, the DCJ were actually thinking about removing the child from the parents because they couldn't provide an explanation as to how a child got injured, and the parents were clearly saying that we don't know how it's taken place. They've done the right thing, they've taken the child to the doctor then referred them to the hospital. When they were spoken to at the hospital, they said they didn't understand how the child had an injury, which of course that raised some suspicions about the behaviour of the parents.
Yep.
And it was only because we basically backtracked, spoke to the parents, worked backwards on a timeline to see exactly where the child had been, and then we went and we found the CCTV on that particular day, and then it clearly indicates the offence taking place.
Wow.
Can I just before, sorry, just on that particular point, what the workers are saying, and I totally agree with your with what you're saying about CCTV for the investigation afterwards, but the workers are saying that it can create this kind of culture of it's someone else's problem when there's CCTV. They don't need to report because it's on the CCTV, or that there's, I guess it's, is there a difference between using CCTV as kind of a band-aid solution for fixing staffing and everything else, as opposed to CCTV in a well-functioning centre where you've already got two people in a room? I just wanted to just understand that a bit more, because I think I instantly thought, yes, CCTV sounds great, until I spoke with workers who were saying it doesn't address prevention because we still have understaffing, we still don't have people with a line of sight to each other?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
At the end of the day, the CCT is their insurance. They seem to fail to understand that they are mandatory reporters. They have obligations for the sector that they're working in, they need to report. So saying, oh yeah, well, I'll just rely upon the CCTV. I mean, at the end of the day, let's face it, no one's going to be sitting down every afternoon or every shift looking at the entire CCTV of the day. It's only sort of a backup plan. They should be doing the right thing at the end of the day. They should be reporting. The CCTV is their insurance policy as far as I'm concerned. So it needs to be made very clear to them that they need to report. They're forfeiting their obligations as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. In terms of a national educator register now, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the capacity of that national register to be able to, and you mentioned, having a big database, whether that would be, such a database that would be able to identify workers that were working across multiple services, what staff were working at which services, and how could that assist with criminal investigations?
It depends upon the information, it depends upon the circumstances. It's more of an intel issue. Because a lot of these, as I said before, a lot of these offenders they need the working with children check.
Yeah.
So they don't offend or they don't get caught because they obviously don't want to lose their employment. So they're the ones that shop around to work at a number of centres. So that should be a red flag as far as I'm concerned, that if you're working at 15, 20, 50 centres about, your activity, about why you're working at so many centres and all the rest of it. At the end of the day, most of these people, the first time we come across them is when they do offend, they're caught offending. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that they haven't offended before. Some of the high profile ones that we've had, they've offended for a number of years. And it's only when they go to that next step that, someone either reports it or we get separate evidence to show that they are offending, that we can backtrack.
And apart from that, working across multiple services that you mentioned being a red flag, are there any other such red flags that, a national register should be aware of or identify?
No, it's only really any suspicions or any allegations about their behaviour. Yep. Should be reported as far as I'm concerned, because, as I said, they're probably shopping around until they can actually find the right centre for them.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Detective Superintendent, and very much appreciate the expertise and everything that you bring to this inquiry, and we greatly value that. If I could just a couple of questions. When a red flag's identified on a worker, and I appreciate it's not necessarily easy to sort of join the dots on that. What role would you guys play in terms of sort of some sort of ongoing sort of supervision, or just in terms of being on alert?
Just being on alert, seeing if there's sufficient evidence to actually obtain a search warrant, to have a look at their devices, things like that. Then perhaps interviewing if there was an allegation, an unsustained allegation, say if there's multiple allegations, because a lot of these offenders will pick the victim who can't talk for themselves. So some of the offending we've seen they start at like the 12 months to the 2 years, where a child probably can't articulate what's taking place. So it's more of an intel probe, unless we get further evidence or something comes to light that might take it to the next step, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And if I could, just a second question. And look, and I've spent many years around a lot of the early childhood centres as a mother. In the circumstances where a parent holds concerns towards a worker and conduct, the parent then reports to the director.
Of the childcare centre?
Yes, yes, correct, of the childcare centre. The parent then sort of sits back, watches, doesn't see any change, doesn't believe that there's been any sort of follow-up or acceptance of what the parent concerns are. are parents then coming to the police to report?
Up until
Are you getting many parents reporting directly to you guys about concerns they may hold relevant to a service?
I would say no up until recently. Some high-profile cases have caused parents to come to the police station. I'd say in the last month or so we have seen a rise in that. My advice to parents and my advice to anyone would be do not approach the director of the centre.
Right.
I would be report, because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I'm probably a little cynical, but the director, first of all, doesn't want to lose the business. They don't want a bad reputation. They're in panic mode because parents are then thinking that their children have been abused. So it's a self-preservation type thing where then perhaps overlooking things
because the parent thinks that's the right place to report. If you know what I mean.
And they shouldn't be doing that. As far as I'm concerned, they're tipping off the educator or the centre about what's taken place. And I've had, some and I won't talk about it because they're before the court, but there's a couple of high-profile ones that parents have approached them and they've actually been talked out of their suspicions by the director, saying you're overreacting. You perhaps you don't really understand what's taking.
This is commonplace.
Yeah, it's commonplace. They were playing and all the rest of it. So as I said, money's involved, and they don't want their centre to get a bad reputation.
If I could just raise one other,
even if they don't want to report it to the police, then what they should be doing is reporting it to the early educators or the working with children area. That's where I'd encourage them, because they also have a database where they'll have allegations about people. They should be reporting it there if it doesn't make the criminal element, but it should be reported somewhere other than the centre itself.
Detective Superintendent, if I could just ask another question. An instance where, a parent goes to collect the child from the centre, in conversation, it's, the child's been injured today. What happened? And then, another child, somehow was rough play or something got out of control. And so you go to pick your child up and there's scratch marks or there's bite marks on the child. The director won't disclose what happened. They won't disclose what other child was involved. How does that stand?
Report it to the police.
Right.
Have a record of it. We'll be able to make those inquiries with the centre and confirm whether what's actually taken place.
Yeah.
And then whether it's another child that committed the injury or whatever. But at the end of the day, it should be reported.
Because the director then informs the parent, I'm not allowed to tell you who the other child was involved in this. And then I questioned, well, who was supervising this play at the time?
I was going to say that if I was a parent, that would be
Correct.
the question: is what supervision have you got in place? What were you actually doing? How many people did you have working there? What did you do to stop that behaviour? They'd be the questions that I'd be asking if I was a parent.
So in circumstances like this, it would be the parent then to report to the police directly.
Report to the police or report to the working with children area.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the conversation with the director personally.
Yeah.
Mr. Deanne.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm curious about the example that you've given earlier. It seems that the harm to the child initially wasn't intentional. The problem with the behaviour was that they covered up the incident. They didn't report it. So I wanted to ask you about, first of all, the obligations. Perhaps if you could just elaborate on the reporting obligations, because in the incident you described, there was the worker, there was the co-worker, and presumably there was the centre director, all of whom had some responsibility in terms of reporting conduct. So where does the onus lie? And do each of them have a reporting obligation? And in the incident that you described, there there was a prosecution, as I understand your evidence earlier. Was there also a prosecution for failure to report? And were each of the three individuals who appear to have reporting obligations, were each of them subject to some level of prosecution?
Only one person was charged because they hadn't reported. The offence that they were charged is one count of neglect of a child and failing to provide medical aid. That was the offences that had taken place. There was insufficient evidence to charge any other person because, first of all, they didn't observe the injury or didn't observe what had taken place, and the person that we charged failed to report it. So they had the centre actually had no knowledge of it.
So where does the onus lie in terms of enforcing the obligation to report?
In what way?
So whose job is it? Is it the New South Wales Police, or is it DCJ? Like who has the responsibility of looking at this situation and saying, okay, there's a mandatory reporter here. They haven't made a report, so they've breached their obligations. Who prosecutes that offence?
New South Wales Police can actually prosecute, but so can the early education sector. They have that area to do that. But we specifically charge with those two offences for that circumstance.
But there was no charge. My point is there was no prosecution in relation to the reporting obligation. Is that correct?
Can I take that on notice? I have to double check. I've only got that they're charged with one count of neglect and one count of failing to provide medical aid.
So I suppose the point of my line of questioning is, obviously, you describe the situation around the incentives that apply for the centre director to understate events or fail to report because of the potential for reputational damage. Like, if there's no prosecutions, where's the, in that calculus that's being made by staff, and particularly those who are managing centres, they're going to take the risk, aren't they, if they don't think that the police actually prosecute those failures of that duty?
No, we've actually charged. We actually recently charged two daycare directors, failed to reduce the risk of child abuse, one male director, and also failure to reduce the risk of child abuse, a female director, because we had sufficient evidence from statements that we obtained that the matters had been reported to them and they failed to do so, so that we had the evidence to charge. Whereas that other centre, in regard to the 7-month-old baby, there was no evidence to say that the director had any knowledge of that injury to the child. We actually had evidence which resulted in the charging.
So is there a separate offence of failure to report?
Yes, there is.
Right. Perhaps on notice you might be able to provide us with the data for perhaps year by year for the past 5 years, the number of prosecutions.
We've actually,
that offence.
I have had a look at that. We've got very few. I'd have to check with the early educators whether they've actually charged as well, but that's a very rarely used offence, I have to say.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Detective Superintendent. I was listening to your statement and responses in another room, but I thought I'd come in here for the questioning. It's a lot easier than doing it via Zoom. Can I a couple of questions I want to ask, and I heard your response about CCTV. My only, concern with CCTV is just how the system would be tracked, cyber security, and if there's any thoughts that you have on whether who would be monitoring this footage. I mean, everybody will go with a private provider. Would the police have any sort of suggestions as to the best sort of companies or so forth as to who people these childcare centres can go with CCTV? Because my concern, I suppose, as both a parent and as a parliamentarian, is that I'm subjecting children and workers, but particularly children, to non-stop surveillance on a camera. And yes, we're trying to weed out the bad operators, the bad actors that potentially could be in childcare centres, but we know that the vast majority of people are good people, and I think as a parent, I'd be concerned if I had a camera all day on my child. So I just want to. I think there are other concerns and other issues of civil liability, liberties, I should say, and also the idea of where that footage. Who's actually monitoring this footage? I mean, is this a live feed? Is this a feed that they look at later once legal matters raised? I mean, what is the sort of suggestion coming from your area that it should be?
I can only say the examples we've had a look at, they're not being monitored live. They're just being recorded. And they're the examples that we've actually come across. So I really don't know enough about the live monitoring to really provide much information about that. At the end of the day, I mean, I would suggest we're looking at common areas, the children move in and out. I can understand the concerns of people. Some people, don't want their children videotaped or, on a video. Some parents feel a level of comfort that they can tap into that and watch. It really
just
is
increasingly with cybersecurity and issues around that. I wonder if people question the security of that footage as well.
Yeah, I think you'll find that we're actually being watched a lot more than we actually think. If you look
of course we are.
I mean,
but
just generally.
I know that my children at school are not.
Yeah.
Right? There aren't CCTV cameras in classrooms. But at the idea that we are going to impose or enforce or mandate a camera for early childhood, I think is a big step, because we're now saying that cohort between 0 to 5 will be subject to CCTV, but the children from 5 to 12 or to 17 aren't. I mean, as a member for Bankstown, when I was in Parliament, I remember dealing with a couple of sexual assault cases of teachers at schools, and that ended up being charged and convicted, and of course there aren't any cameras, you had to, and so forth. But I just feel that it's interesting to me what your view. I understand why your view would be pretty pro sort of CCTV. I want to ask you something else. They obviously suggested by the government to remove the independent regulator from the Department of Education and have a separate agency. Would you see it worth this agency being within police, or having the police minister having some sort of responsibility over it?
To be totally honest, I probably don't know enough about it to really make an informed decision.
Well,
or
right
comment.
now the regulator sits within the Department of
Yes,
Education.
That's correct.
I'm not sure whether you directly deal with the regulator.
I
in your
do.
current
We
work?
also have a number of police officers seconded to
Right,
the
you do.
Department of Education. One in particular that started there was a former staff member of mine who worked at the Child Abuse Squad. So he's bringing his experience of working in the Child Abuse Squad to that sector to raise awareness in regard to mandatory reporting, allegations that are made, how they should be reported and who they should be reported to. So they're creating a greater awareness within that area.
Did your have you had anyone consult with you about the idea that the regulator's being removed from the Department of Education?
No,
No one's consulted. No one
No.
from the government.
no.
No one from the police. No one from
Not that I'm aware of, no. Personally, no, I'm not aware of it.
And at this stage, you don't have a particular view. I guess you'd have to wait for more details.
I'd have to wait
about
for
what
more
they're
information.
proposing.
I haven't been consulted. I'm not suggesting that someone else within the police might not be aware of it, but I'm not aware of it.
How are you in charge of your unit?
I am, but I mean, whether they've gone to the Commissioner or whether they've gone to our deputies, I'm not
You don't
aware.
know. Okay. And it's your unit that works currently directly, as you said. Staff are seconded from your unit. Is that right?
No,
Or
was
generally?
seconded. They're seconded from the New South Wales Police to the Education Department.
Yep.
And one of the former members from my squad is now working
right.
there.
I understand. Okay. But they're now employed by Department of Education, or still employed by police?
There's still a
Supplied,
police
yeah.
officer
Yeah.
seconded to the
Seconded.
department.
Okay, that's interesting. Yep. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, can I put on notice, and if there's any kind of communication whatsoever that the police could provide that, if there is, or just at least advise that they've been consulted. If I can ask you to take that on notice to your peers on whether they were consulted about the government's plan to set up an independent regulator, and what that would mean for the staff that are currently seconded to Department of Education and so forth.
Sure.
Have you raised any other? Have you seen the Wheeler report? will a report into the independent regulator?
I've read bits of it.
Well, not independent regulator, I should say it's a report into the current regulator, and it comes up with the whole,
I have
set
read
of
it.
findings, recommendations.
I have read it. I've got a copy of it, but I haven't read it recently.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it at that at this stage.
Just before I go to Mrs. Mitchell, I just wanted to ask, there's obviously offences under the national law for under the early childhood and education regulation and the framework that relate to the failure to keep children safe from harm and hazards, etc. That also an incident that sort of meets one of those offences could also meet an offence under criminal law. I'm aware that there's I guess what I'm trying to understand is where the police get involved versus where the regulatory authority is the one in charge. When I got some answers back from questions I'd put on notice, I was told that in the 5 years from 2020 to 2024, there were 70 breaches of the national law or regulations which were not pursued as prosecutions due to plea negotiations, and also that once prosecution proceedings have commenced, it's the regulatory authority's legal team that determines any plea negotiations. A lot of those plea negotiations I've read about actually relate to things that I would think were quite shocking and I think people would call child abuse, force feeding children, restraining children for hours at a time, dragging children along, by their elbows and breaking their elbows, even punching children, things like that. Does the police have any sort of interaction at that point where the regulatory authority says, no, we're not going to pursue this, we're going to enter into a plea negotiation instead?
No, we don't. However, I've spoke to them. My recommendation is they should be reporting all those matters to the police. We see if there's a criminal offence taking place and we take action. If there is insufficient evidence to charge someone with a criminal offence, then they can be looking at the action they can take. Should be reported to the police first of all, then it should go to them if there's no sufficient evidence or not sufficient evidence to charge.
That's a very clear
They
answer.
shouldn't be making the decision.
Yeah, thank you. That's very useful. It might be one of our recommendations. Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about a lot of obviously the conversations we've been having about are in early childhood services, and you talked about sort of the 0 to 2 and the younger children who, can't probably verbalise maybe some of their experiences. There's also been some cases recently, and again, not asking you to speak about things before the court, but with offenders in before and after school care in the USH sector, and again, allegations of similar sort of predatory behaviour and moving around services. Is there anything in that particular sector in your experience where there are different challenges or loopholes that we should be looking at as opposed to in, say, a preschool or a childcare or a long day care setting?
They're all very similar. At the end of the day, as I said, I've looked at those cases where someone has been charged in regard to those offences. Again, there should have been a database or those concerns should have been flagged with someone, which they weren't. We only found out after the fact. Evidence then came to light about offences they'd actually committed, which resulted in action taking place. No, they're very similar in those two areas.
Okay. That was all I had, Chair.
Thank you. One of the other, in addition to, you mentioned before about the red flags, where there are people sort of hopping around between services. There's two areas where that keeps coming up in the documents I've been reading. One of them is in out-of-hours school care, where we have educators who will be working across multiple services and sort of being moved from place to place. And the other situation is these casual agencies or labour hire firms that have started up where they're sort of putting a person in multiple places. And we've seen examples of both of those in recent high-profile cases. Do you have any recommendations for what we should be doing in relation to those sort of settings, I guess?
there's, from both sides, there's still red flags out there in regard to those persons. So, as I said, the database should be, that information should be forwarded in some sort of database that police have access. There should be processes in place where, as I said, 2 people are together at all times. If you don't agree with CCTV, that's fine, but I think more importantly, rather than CCTV, is a lot of these places have got processes in place, but they're just not adhering to them. So, and that's how they're able to offend, because if you look at some of these centres that I've actually had a look at, they've got all the systems in places, but they're just not adhering to them. That's how they're able to offend. And people who are of like mind who want to offend against children, they're the things that they're looking for.
I've read thousands of documents now about centres across. There are what would be described, I think, by the regulator as more minor breaches that cause me great concern because they're very, very common. And sort of top of the list is centres that haven't checked working with children checks, don't have them on record, don't really know if their staff have them. The response from the regulator tends to be, can you go and look into that and then get back to us in a couple of weeks? And then the other one that really concerns me is that lack of understanding of child protection. So that it's an incredibly common statement in these documents where the regulator says, no one had the training, there was no one there who had the training, and also no one seemed to understand what their requirements were under child protection laws.
Well, I find that unbelievable. At the end of the day, they are working in this sector. They should know that they need a working with children check. They should have those records on file. They should be checking those things, because at the end of the day, they're looking after our most precious resource, and that's our children. And at the end of the day, these offences against these children have significant ramifications for their history and their future life. So, they're being paid enough money. They should have systems in places. They should be actually recording all that information. And I'm dumbfounded that they adopt that attitude. It's quite simple. Make it that if you see a criminal offence or you're unsure, report it to the police. Quite simple.
So should we be elevating, I guess, the response
Yes, they should
to
be.
that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they should know that. I mean, the courses that they should undertake should tell them that. The centres themselves should have that clearly articulated in 3 or 4 little basic steps. Follow the bouncing ball. This is what you need to do. And this is your obligation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of notifying parents of incidents, I just wanted to ask you to talk us through the process for that, when that occurs.
In regard to an allegation at a centre,
Yep.
basically what we do is there's a number of ways. If we have direct evidence that relates to a couple of children, what we do is obviously approach the parents, speak to them about them, let them know what's taken place. We do it with the other 3 agencies, so DCJ, Health, etc. Especially if I can follow the process of some high-profile ones we've done. We were aware of offending against particular children. So what we did is, at 3 agencies, we got together. We had counsellors on standby. We had medical on standby should we need it. We had counsellors available for the parents themselves. So then what we did was we actually then approached the parents, explained what evidence we did have. We obviously discussed treatment options with the parents. In those particular cases, the offences were videotaped, so there was no need to traumatise a child and having to interview the child to get that evidence. We already had it, so we didn't have to do that. Then there is a process in place, it's called the local protocol. So what we do is the 3 agencies get together, we send out notifications to a particular centre that the persons might have worked at, basically raising the awareness to a parent or a carer that an allegation had been taken place, and then if they had any concerns or anything like that. And we also provide steps for parents about not traumatising their children by asking them too many questions. Basically, free narrative from a child if a child discloses what they should be recording, what they should be writing, and how they should actually be speaking to their child. But the main priority for me is medical attention to the child and any counselling that they might actually need, and also medical attention or counselling for the parents as well. Because if a child's only, say, 12 months old, it's horrific for the parent to be told that their child has been offended against, and often they need more assistance about how to work through the process, about what takes place, about the criminal charges, about the court matter, about publicity, about whether people, their child will be identified as a victim of an offence. So that's all very traumatising for a parent or a carer as well. So we talk through those steps with them.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, did I
No,
correct
I'm
you?
fine.
I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you so much for attending. That concludes our session with you. I just want to put on record just my admiration for the work that you do. I think it is such vital work that many of us feel that we would not personally be able to do. And I know, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time today.
To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch.
Thank you
That
very much for your
concludes.
time today. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
Welcome our next witness. Thank you very much for attending. If I could ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Of course. My name is Rachel Ward. I'm the Acting Children's Guardian from the Office of the Children's Guardian for New South Wales, and I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Excellent. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Only to the extent that on Tuesday I provided to the Secretariat a statement. Firstly, I want to apologise for the Office of the Children's Guardian not providing a statement earlier. The request for statements came to the Office of the Children's Guardian at the same time that the ministerial inquiry into the Office of the Children's Guardian was announced. So there was a crossover between the Children's Guardian voluntarily stepping aside and me commencing. Once the invitation was received for my attendance today, we did prepare a statement. I seek to formally table that statement.
Thank you. We will take that as a submission.
Thank you.
Perhaps we could just start with there have been an alarming number of reports made to the Office of Children's Guardian over the past few years, and I know this data came to us in an answer to questions on notice, but also has been provided in your latest annual report, showing that there's been a 38% increase in notifications from early childhood education and care services to the OCG, that notifications of sexual misconduct allegations from the sector have almost tripled, and notifications of sexual offence allegations have increased by 47%. What do you sort of put that increase down to?
So for the 24 to 25 financial year, we received 566 reportable conduct notifications from approved education and care services, and that was compared to 369 for 23 to 24 financial year. We agree that it is a significant increase for the last 2 years, and we think that that is likely due to the widespread public scrutiny about abuse by educators in the sector and the significant capability work that's been undertaken by the OCG in collaboration with the ECRA. There's been a renewed focus, particularly with the child safe standards.
Thank you. I just want to look at the actual, so there's two aspects here. There's sort of who gets a working with children check, and then also whether or not working with children checks are actually being checked. So
Yes.
whether a service actually has them.
Yes.
When we actually, so I'll just start with I think the first of those. There's been there's a high-profile example of
Yes.
someone who has recently been in the news who received who had a working with children check, was found to have been, had an allegation made against them and was actually stood down from the service that they were working at, but then continued to work for another 3 months or something before they were eventually charged by police. From the time that they were stood down to that sort of 3-4 month period before they were then eventually charged, they had their working with children check in place and were able to work elsewhere. How does that happen?
So I can't talk about particular cases, but the overarching process is that when somebody has a working with children check, that is a point in time check. New South Wales does differ to other states in that we have that continuous compliance monitoring. So I'll talk about that in 2 parts, because it's compliance and monitoring as well as verification. It's the verification for your context today that is the most important in my submission. But if we talk about that example of if someone has a check and there's a workplace allegation, it depends on when it comes through the reportable conduct team as whether or not it meets the threshold to share that information with the working with children check team. So if it's an allegation as such, that would lend itself to a Schedule 1-2 offence, or if there isn't police investigation. So at times we are asked not to take action if there's a police investigation on foot, which then triggers a hold until we then can action that decision.
Right. So should there be a mechanism then where as soon as somebody is stood down from a service because of an allegation, there is a red flag put so that that can be sort of suspended or revoked? Is that something we're now looking at doing?
Exactly. So that happens within our system now. It's just a matter of when we can action it. So if it is an involvement of New South Wales Police, we wait for the go-ahead and then we issue an interim bar or stand them down.
So what about when a regulatory authority, instead of going through a prosecution, prohibits somebody from working in an early childhood centre? Does that then get notified to you so that their working with children check can be revoked?
Absolutely. So, but that's the verification process that I really want to make clear today. In order for the OCG to be able to place an interim bar on somebody and to be notified from a workplace allegation, the organisations have to be verifying their workers.
Okay.
And I speak about that in my statement. If a worker is not verified and the OCG doesn't know where they work, so if we might get the check, they might have an interim bar, but unless the next employer verifies them, they could then continue to work even with a bar. So the verification process is extremely important.
I'm just, I'm going to give you a copy of this document that I will table. This is another document that came out of our call for papers. It's a caution letter from the New South Wales Department of Education. This is from the 7th of December 2023. Sorry, no, it's dated 1 May 2024, so not that long ago. And what this is a letter to an educator who has been prohibited from working. So these prohibition notices tend to be given instead of a prosecution. So often there's a plea bargain, and instead of going through a prosecution, they are given a prohibition notice. And the prohibition notices given from the regulator are confidential, so they're not listed. At the moment, I think we have on the website that a prohibition notice has been given, but we don't say why or to who. And then the onus is on the person who's been given the prohibition notice to tell people that they've been prohibited. But what this document is saying that this person went about working in numerous centres after they were prohibited. So they were prohibited back in September 2019, but then they continued to work from the years 2021 all the way up until August 2023. When they were asked why they thought they could be working, they said that they had been cleared for a new working with children check in 2021, and they had assumed that meant that their prohibition order had been lifted. So they then continued to work in all of those places because they had a working with children check. I guess, how can that happen?
The only way that could happen is if we didn't have the information on records review from that prohibition notice, which shouldn't happen. We
Yeah.
should have that information.
So is there
Yes,
where
sorry.
does that sit then in regulation or protocol that the regulatory authority should be notifying the Office of Children's Guardian?
Absolutely.
So that's a mistake of the regulatory authority.
Well, it is a gap at the moment, so I talk about that. It's mentioned in my statement. So the ECECRA do not fall under our regulatory process. They don't have to share information with us.
Right.
They do, and we're working on an MOU at the moment to really cement that information sharing between us. But that is a gap that they haven't broken any law by not sharing that information, though. However, they should. Best practice would be to share that information with us.
So I've got some data coming out of. I think it's from the information we received back on questions on notice that are showing us that, for example, in 2021, 29 prohibition notices were issued by the regulatory authority for people who were currently holding a working with children check, and only 5 were then cancelled. So 5 out of 29. In 2022, there were 30 prohibition notices, only 5 were cancelled. In 2023, 38 prohibition notices. And to get a prohibition notice, you've got to have done something pretty bad. Like, these are, pretty serious incidents where a child has been harmed. 2023, 38, only 3 cancelled. 2024, 50 prohibition notices, where only 7 were cancelled. Seems to be quite a systemic problem here with the regulatory authority not communicating with you. I guess, what do we do about that? What do we need to do as legislators to ensure that that information is coming across so that those working with children checks are fit for purpose?
Ideally bring the ECECRA under the authority of the OCG, that we can regulate and receive information. Which would also increase work into the reportable conduct team as well.
Does that concern you, those figures, that
Absolutely.
that information is not coming across?
Absolutely. That information should absolutely be with us.
I said in the previous session, I've had the dubious pleasure of reading through about 120,000 pages of documents that have come to me from the regulator, and one of the most common breaches is this failure to even check a working with children check. The regulatory response is very permissive. It's not considered to be a serious incident. The centre is ordinarily given a compliance direction which says, please, within 7 days or something along those lines, provide us with those documents. Do you think that there should be a more serious set of consequences where centres just haven't even sort of done that basic check?
It's a complicated answer in terms of, I was just listening to Ms Howlett give evidence, and she highlighted one of our main concerns as well, which is the, I'm going to call them recruitment agencies that have verified workers on their books. They send them out to a childcare centre, and the childcare centre at that point, or an early childhood educator, at that point accepts that they have a ongoing cleared working with children check, and that centre never verifies. So I think that in itself is a gap, because I know in some of the recent cases they assumed that they had the check, and for the OCG to go back and check whether or not those organisations, or whether the people had worked at those organisations, we have no record of that unless they're verified.
Yeah.
So when it's verified by one of the bigger agencies, we get that it's an agency, that's all, not which centre they've worked at. So to have a compliance follow on from that, it's really hard to then say, well, we're going to come down hard on a particular educator when that technically they've relied upon a third party provider to ensure that the person has the check, even though they should still be the ones that verify that check.
In cases, though, where we're talking about these are permanent staff who've been in the centre for for a while but have never had a working with children check verified, is that something that that should be taken a bit more seriously? I mean, in some of these
Absolutely.
cases that I've been reading, it's like half of the staff don't have them. It's not just one person happens to not have one because it's expired or something like that. We're talking about the centre never having collected those checks. Is that concerning to you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be incredibly high for a ongoing worker to not have a working with children check within a centre. The OCG does perform compliance functions, and I've got some figures and I included it in my statement, in which we do the compliance activities to ensure that the verified workers are placed, and that they have to also maintain a register of their staff that have a current working with children check.
Thank you. Ms. Saval.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wood, for appearing today. How does the Office of the Children's Guardian currently work with the regulatory authority in New South Wales?
So at the moment, it's a collaborative approach, but firstly with the reportable conduct scheme and the working with children check scheme and the child safe scheme and standards. I would say that are the three main areas where the Office of the Children's Guardian intersects with ECSERA. There is regular working groups now which take place, and we're currently working on a memorandum of understanding to ensure that information sharing occurs, because at the moment, as I already indicated, it's not contained within our legislative framework in order for them to be sharing information with us as a matter of course.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And that was very, compelling with that which you said earlier. In terms of the child safe standards now, how do these apply to the early childhood education and care sector, and what does this require of services?
So all services have to have a child safe standard scheme in place. They all have to have an action plan, and that is one of the ways that we've worked with the ECERA, is to do a joint e-learning package, particularly for early childcare, so that they have it at their fingertips. They can immerse it into their centre. It shouldn't be a training that they attend or a policy. It should be seen throughout the centre by parents. They should be able to walk in and say, this is an organisation that is child safe. It's embedded.
Yeah, in terms of the e-learning, is that a requirement of staff at the moment, or should that be?
So it is under the Children's Guardian Act. Anybody that has child-related employment or a child safe child organisation has to have a child safe implementation plan and a CSAP plan. So part of that is ensuring that your staff are educated and are aware of the policies. So I would say yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to know. In terms of the reportable conduct scheme now, how does that apply to the early childhood education and care sector, and what is your agency's role in that?
So our agency's role is one of oversight. So as I indicated, we do not have the Early Childhood Regulatory Authority does not sit within our jurisdiction. They're outside of that. We oversee entities. So I think you would have received many submissions about the confusion, particularly from parents, about which regulatory authority. Do we make a complaint to ECERA? Do we make a complaint to New South Wales Police, DCJ, or us? So we oversight the actual entity and their response to the allegations, but if the ECERA have taken ownership and are the ones that are taking responsibility for the investigation, we cannot oversight their investigation, though we do see the outcomes of that if the entity shares that information with us, and they generally do.
Yeah, okay. In terms of the safeguards that are currently in place with the Working with Children Check scheme, what are those, and could you explain more about those to make sure that it operates effectively?
So the Working with Children Check scheme has a number of safeguards, and I would say that New South Wales in some respects is the most robust. Yeah. So in terms of from application to finalisation. When you apply for a Working with Children check, it automatically does a complete sweep, a records review. So it goes from Service New South Wales to ACIC, which does the police check.
Sorry, what's that acronym? Sorry.
That's ACIC.
Australian Crime Intelligence. I will
Okay.
check. I
No,
will
that's
come
fine,
back to
sorry.
you.
Thank you.
And it does the sweep of a nationwide criminal record check. Most people get their checks within 95% of checks are cleared within 5 days or within the hour if there's no record hit. New South Wales though also takes into account workplace allegations and records.
Right.
So if somebody has a clear check, let's say you got a clear check tomorrow, you go into our database and that is continually monitored 24/7 with ACIC. And if there is a further offence committed or a crime or a hit against NRS, which is the National Register of Bars, you will get flagged within our system. It automatically goes to records review, and if it's serious, you will get an interim bar that day because of the offence.
And when you mention that the system here we have in New South Wales also, monitors other allegations, we've heard about, the need for that national,
Yes.
there to be a national register, a national approach. Obviously that's something that is, there's discussions that are taking place around that. But
Yes.
is there more that could be done in incorporating some of those allegations, or concerns from staff? Or is it the case that, as we've also heard, that staff aren't reporting them and perhaps when they do report them, the director doesn't take them anywhere, so that would be, kind of a moot point.
Yes, so the staff can report directly to our reportable conduct unit,
Yep.
and if they are so serious, we can share. So if there's a real and appreciable risk to a child, is the test under Section 56 of our Act, that can be automatically shared with the Working with Children check team.
Thank you.
That is a differing factor for the New South Wales compared to other states,
Right.
is that we can action on allegations, not just convictions.
Thank you.
Can I just start following on from that? I
Yeah.
noticed in the statement you talked about the it was risk assessments, but also sort of workplace misconduct as well.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but one of the things that providers talk to me about is when someone doesn't meet the threshold to lose their Working with Children check, but there's red flags in that they've been let go from services, but as a new employer, they don't necessarily have access to that information if there's been concerning behaviour. But are you saying you do collect that in the OCG, but then it's not able to be shared more broadly, or what happens with that data?
So if that data we do get, so if we get reported concern but it doesn't quite meet the threshold, we do keep that data on our system. So it might not be a one-off incident where somebody thinks, well, that was weird,
Yes.
and I'm going to report that.
Yes.
We do collect that data. If at the time we're collecting those reports and we do see there is a pattern here,
Yes.
we will do something with that information.
So what do you do? Do you go to the police, or what happens?
So a number of
Yeah.
ways. We can either report it to police, we can share the information with our Working with Children check team, or with the current employer of that person.
Okay. So is there a mechanism, and I don't know, but I guess for if I'm a early childhood operator, someone comes to me and says, yes, I've got my Working with, and they do check and it's there, but you have information behind the scenes that is potentially a little concerning. As the new employer, do they have a right to then come to you and say, can you let me know if there's anything in the system about this person, or how does that work? Am I making sense? Because my concern is that sometimes you see people who have moved around and around, and then it's only when there's a criminal offence that all that behaviour's there. You may well have known about it through your Working with Children check team, but how do you sort of catch these people before they offend, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
Yes, so it would be through the reportable concerns through our reportable conduct team.
Yeah.
I'd have to take it on notice of how we share that information back.
Yeah.
One of the ways we do that is through the Child Safe scheme and standards. So one of the standards is Child Safe recruitment and how to analyse somebody's CV.
But that
one
onus
of those
is on the new employer to say, okay, I'm going to have a look at this.
Raising that awareness.
Okay. Because I just wonder if that's a potential. I mean, obviously balancing people have, if they haven't been convicted, you can't sort of Yeah, like it's a balance.
It
right?
is a
Because
balance
you need
between somebody's privacy.
Yes, yeah.
But in
do
terms
you
of
think
child
there's
safety-
ways that the system could be reformed where you could share more information about what you have more broadly while still maintaining those privacy considerations, I guess is my question.
Absolutely. My view
Yeah.
is that anything that has to do with child protection and child
Absolutely.
risk,
Yeah. What would that
is
look like in
take
practice
precedent.
though? Like how could we as a committee recommend that there was more power for you to share concerning behaviour? Because that's, I guess, the part I'm trying to land on. Yeah.
I would wonder if it would link better with a register.
Yeah.
So like another part of the OCG, we have an out-of-home care register which has a flag system in terms of authorised out-of-home care and particular carers within organisations. And that does alert other out-of-home care providers if there is a red flag. It just means contact me for further information. It doesn't say what the allegations are. It's just that I have a holder of information that may be of use to you if you're going to employ this person. I do wonder if there'd be a register that could be created that in similar vein.
And would that need legislative change, or is that something government could just put in place?
If it was going to sit within the OCG functions, it would
has
need
to have
legislative change.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, can I just ask a follow-on question about
Sorry.
the working with children check as well? If you've got concerns about, working with children checks being revoked by the OCG and then subsequently that decision being overturned, there's been some, interest in this obviously lately.
Do you mean from
There's
NCAT?
a bill
Yes.
now.
Yes.
You can't
So-
appeal it.
Yes.
If they're the working with children check, you've revoked it, OCG's revoked it, and then a decision is taken that overturns that.
Yes. So the Minister has just tabled a bill
Yes.
in relation
It's currently in
to...
Parliament.
Yes, in
Yeah.
relation to that. So the right of review for a working with children check decision, that's any clearance or not,
Yep.
enabling orders which are now going to put disqualifying reassessments and decisions of interim bars being reviewable are all going to be done internally. And there will be an internal reviews team set up within the OCG. There will no longer be the avenue to appeal to NCAT.
Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, you made a comment earlier that you thought the regulator should be within the OCG.
Not with oversight.
Oversight, just the oversight. Well, I thought you actually said that. So right now the regulator sits with the Department of Education. You didn't
Yes.
suggest that it would be better with the OCG.
I don't know if it would be better sitting within the OCG,
Yeah.
but it's not an organisation that's captured by the OCG
Correct.
to oversight or regulate.
Yes.
Um,
And when was this memorandum of understanding initiated between your body OCG and the Early Childhood and Care?
it's certainly
regulator?
something that's been on foot since I became the acting
Roughly
children's
what
guardian.
time frame? Could you let me know what time frame?
I would have to
Take them
take
notice.
notice.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Who
a feeling it was
initiated
last
that? Is
year.
that from your office being initiated, from their office?
I would have to take that on notice. It was
you
in
could
place
provide that
before
to
I
the committee?
commenced. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering if it was last year and we're still August this year and there's still nothing in place. Do you know what's delaying that MOU?
I don't. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Do you have a view on the proposal the government has on creating an independent agency with the regulator? Have you been consulted about that?
I haven't been consulted about it, no.
Okay. Are you aware of it? That
I'm
they've
aware of,
announced that?
yes, I am aware of the recommendation, but I haven't been consulted.
Okay. How many staff currently work in the OCG?
270.
Okay. And in the last 3 or 4 years, has that number changed at all, or has it grown? Have you had extra resources?
It's grown slightly, and by slightly I mean over the years. I think from the last 4 years, it's from 250 to now 270, not substantially.
Okay. And how many of those positions are solely focused on investigations as opposed to policy?
Depends which team.
Yeah.
So the OCG is split into directorates of Working with Children Check, Child Safe Scheme and Standards, Reportable Conduct. Within each of those are risk assessors, investigators, compliance within each stream. So
Okay, so
Yeah.
of the well, if you can put it on notice, if you can't provide it to me
Yeah.
today, of the 4, is it 4 different areas?
It's
That
5.
5 different areas. If you could give the numbers of how many are split that are in working directly in sort of risk assessment and investigations as opposed to policy development and so forth.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And how would you propose this oversight that you were suggesting earlier be?
Particularly through our reportable conduct unit. So in our statement, I detail some of the investigations that we have overseen through the entity. And part of the framework at the moment is it's different. So the New South Wales reportable conduct through the OCG is through our laws and standards through the Children's Guardian Act, where the ECECRA is under the national standards. So I think for the New South Wales public, when they review or seen an outcome of a reportable conduct investigation or allegation, it would look different between the two. And I do wonder if that is some of the confusion between what is the expectations, because under the 2 different sets of laws, the investigation will and the outcomes are different. Recommendations would be different.
And you have seconded police, don't you?
We do.
Yeah.
They're not seconded. We have,
They just come across.
yeah, they're ongoing employees that
Ongoing
used to work
employees.
at New South Wales Police.
And do you have a view, just a couple of issues, because they've obviously come up in, yesterday in the inquiry, I wouldn't mind your view. Do you have a view on the proposal to have CCTV at all childcare centres?
I don't have a view. I'm trying to take away my parent view out of
Yeah.
that.
Well, yes, you have to have come from the view as a child advocate.
Absolutely.
Chair, I just to raise a, Ms Mihalik's a couple of times asked the witness to give a view on government policy. I just think it's important to remind of the procedural fairness resolution.
Sorry, can you? I can't hear you.
Sorry, just
with the microphone.
Paragraph 13 of the procedural fairness resolution about asking public servants to express an opinion on government policy. So that's all I'm flagging, just as a reminder that it is disorderly to do so.
I don't think so.
You're asking for views.
Madam Chair, if I
about
can
public
respond to that
servants.
point of order, I'm trying to canvass the views of different individuals that are witnesses here today on something that's pretty significant that we as a committee need to make a decision on. It's not really an attack or anything derogatory
not
of
saying
what the
it is.
government
Okay,
position is.
to the
but-
point of order, I think we can just remind the witness of her ability to say no to a question
Yeah,
if she chooses to.
She's answered it. I'm not.
She seems very
I
capable
think I'm
of
being
working
very.
this out.
This is not my usual interrogation, Mrs. Saval.
No, but it's disorderly to ask.
I don't think it's disorderly at all.
It's outside
Well,
the
it's
procedural
not
fairness
quite disorderly.
resolution.
But
Thank you. Madam Chair has ruled that it's not
Thank you.
disorderly. Okay, sorry for that distraction. So if I also I want your view on the mobile phone ban, and this isn't. You're welcome to not answer it. It's just, does the OCG have a view on something like banning mobile workers having access to a mobile phone? If you don't, you don't.
Yeah. Currently that wouldn't fit within the OCG remit. I'm trying to think within any of the sections.
Yeah,
where
I'm just
that
thinking if you conducted any of your own policy. See, because you do have significant policy arm within OCG. Have you had a look at any of that?
No, that
data?
wouldn't fall
No.
within any of our. So we have the Child Safe Scheme and standards, which are what we regulate an early childhood centre on. There wouldn't be one that would capture mobile phone use or rules within that agency.
And did Chris Wheeler, who conducted this consultant, who was a consultant the government relied upon to prepare a report into the current regulator, didn't consult with you directly or your office? No.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And I do wonder if that was because of the timing at the time.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Just
Can I ask, just coming back to my questions before about the concerns that these centres aren't actually checking working with children checks. I've now found the data I was looking for before, which is actually in response to our SO52, the Office of Children's Guardian provided the summary table of notifications, which I'm sure you've got.
Yes.
In 2021, there were 56 notifications made to the Office of Children's Guardian in relation to people that they had, so this is where they actually have notified you of prohibition notices being issued. But what's really concerning is that in nearly 50%, so 27 of those cases, the relevant person didn't hold a working with children check to begin with. Similarly in 2022, again almost 50%, of people who were issued prohibition orders, so educators and teachers issued with prohibition orders for doing pretty serious things, putting children in harm's way, didn't hold a working with children's check. In 2023, 70 notifications, 32 of those cases, 45% of them didn't hold a working with children check. This is sort of backs up the point that, you know, for these educators to be in there, and these are the ones that have been found to have done something wrong, they don't have working with children checks in the first place. These checks are only as good as the way that they're used. Do you think that this should form a large part of the recommendations going forward, that we not only have that link between the regulator and yourselves so that you can sort of adjust and flag, but also that the regulator should be taking a much stricter approach to enforcing the requirement for working with children checks?
Well, yes and yes. At the moment, an organisation is required to verify if they are working with children, that they have a working with children check. Now, if that's not occurring, the OCG also has powers of compliance powers as well as enforcement and fines. So we have that to be able to regulate and enforce.
I've spoken to teachers who have said that you just can't get on school grounds without holding a working with children check. There's a zero tolerance to that.
Yes.
I don't understand how we're in a situation where so many educators and teachers in these centres don't have working with children checks.
Yeah.
Doesn't this speak to, you know, some sort of urgent action being required?
Absolutely. Every person working within a child-related sector should have a working with children check.
Would you recommend that, for example, the Regulatory Authority could send out today a statement reminding centres of that need and, you know, maybe conducting some sort of blitz if they have the resources?
Absolutely. So we have been doing that, particularly over the last 6 months. We've been flooding our socials with reminders about ensuring. I would also like to see us get to a point where we normalise a parent walking into a centre. You have it on your phone. You can, through Service New South Wales, check somebody's working with children check, their verification number. It comes up immediately as to whether or not they have a check or not. I would like to see that normalised. Community response is that they feel awkward in asking that question, but there does seem to be room to have an early childhood centre say have a QR code up in their centre, scan it. These are the people here today. They're all verified with working with children check.
That's an excellent suggestion. Any more questions?
Thank you. If I could just pick that up, just on the earlier you made reference to the verification process.
Yes.
I suspect some centres, when they're going through the employment process, that people will present a hard copy certificate or something of working with children, and it's a bit of a flick and tick. Could you just outline exactly, and in terms of the currency of that certificate, and whether there's been any change or bar or lift on that certificate, how does the verification process work?
So it's threefold. So firstly, I would never rely on a hard copy certificate that's been printed out, because it's now on everybody's Service New South Wales app. If you add your licence, it comes up as a real time with a moving hologram in the background, which cuts out any fraudulency of a certificate. The employer should then go on to the OCG website. There is a verification. You type in the number and it brings up that person's check, the currency, how long they've been, and at that moment they can, if they're going to employ them, put them in as a verify that they are going to employ this person.
All right, yep. And in terms of the, do your records indicate maybe what the verification sort of process is? I mean, how many people are at centres doing this, or?
Yes, I can take that on notice and give you the verification rates for early childhood.
Okay, thank you. And then you made reference earlier to Madam Chair's question about in terms of powers that you guys would have relating to working with children certificate. How does that work? I've just lost my trick.
No, that's okay.
It doesn't check the. Sorry. If verification certificates are not checked or verified, well, I guess the risk is then on the absence of that check by the centre.
Yes, and it's twofold with that.
Yes.
So if we don't have the verification, so if we don't know where somebody's working, when that continuous monitoring's happening,
Yes.
with the Working with Children check, and let's say worst case scenario, we get a hit from that day from the criminal record system,
Yes.
that they've been charged with an offence or there's been a serious workplace allegation, it will come in, we can bar that person, but we can't notify the employer because they haven't been verified. They haven't said this employee is working with me.
Sure.
That's
Sure.
the link that makes the system incredibly strong.
Yeah. So which just reminds us the importance of that the verification system and the relevant early childhood centre verifying to say that we've just offered employment to A.
Yes.
And we've marked and we've registered. You now have awareness of this.
Exactly.
So then, if going forward there are issues relevant to that employee and the certificate or notifications, you then know what the workplace.
Exactly, and prior as well, so we will contact history as well if the allegations are serious enough that other employers need to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Can we just come back to this? I think what we've established here is a very clear pattern of the regulatory authority is not enforcing the requirement to have a Working with Children check sufficiently. We've identified the gaps between the regulatory authority letting the Office of Children's Guardian know when there is a problem. But there's also this issue within the Office of Children's Guardian around going and actually cancelling the Working with Children checks when they are notified. And I think that data that we were talking about a moment ago does go on within that 2021 to 24 period. A total of 235 notifications were made to from the regulatory authority to OCG, saying these people are now prohibited from working in childcare, in early learning, but only 21 of those Working with Children checks were then actually cancelled by OCG. How has that happened, and what are we going to do to stop it? We need to make sure that those Working with Children checks have some sort of veracity.
Yes, can I take that question on notice? It's an incredibly important question. I've been there for 5 months and I'm surprised at that figure, I have to say. I know you're saying it was provided from my office, so I would like to get the commentary behind that. I think it's incredibly important for me and you to understand.
Yes, because I think there are those three aspects then of
Absolutely.
tightening this up. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
I'd appreciate that. Are there any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that you're new in the role, and we do appreciate you coming here today. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. That concludes our time with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. our next panel of witnesses. If I could please ask you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Good morning.
Yeah, maybe just turn that.
Turn it on for me.
It should be on.
It's on, it's just, it needs to
towards you.
tilt towards you, that's
Excellent,
all
good
right.
I'm Katie Armstrong. I'm the Education Project Manager for Bravehearts. And with the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My apologies, I'm recovering. I'm not contagious, but I'm recovering from illness.
Everyone is laughing.
So breathe.
It's going
breathe in.
around.
My name is Alison Gill. I'm the CEO of Bravehearts. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hi, I'm Dr. Roxana Diamond. I have a few hats. I'm from Body Safety Australia. I do the education work with children, and then also I'm in policy and advocacy communications. And I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deanne Carson. I'm CEO of Body Safety Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lisa Waters. I'm the CEO of NAPCAN, which is the National Association for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And I'm Greg Ancliffe. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at NAPCAN, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. I'll now ask each organisation if they wanted to make a short opening statement. I'll start with Bravehearts.
Yes, thank you. In the absence of a submission, I just thought that might be good for the committee when directing questions appropriately and probably save time when it comes to taking things on notice. So Bravehearts is a national child protection organisation founded in 1997. We are solely dedicated to the prevention and treatment of child sexual abuse. We have therapeutic services for children and young people impacted and their families. We also provide support services for those children and young people at risk of engaging in harmful sexual behaviours and also those impacted. Additionally, we have a research and advocacy arm. We provide training to adults across Australia in child-facing organisations, and of note for this committee, that number is about 10,000, of which over half of those users are in early childhood settings. Although we're not providing the Cert 3, it is the foundation focused learning that is in addition to that there is the biggest appetite for, with regard to modules on cultural leadership that's required in an early childhood setting to protect children, harmful sexual behaviours and grooming. So that is an important notation because it goes into quite depth and there is a very strong appetite for that learning piece. We also provide a personal safety program by way of incursion and resources in school settings and early learning settings across Australia. So anything along those lines, we're headquartered in Queensland, but we're a national organisation. Queensland's also going through a review of the Blue Card system, and we are advocates for a national program. I don't think there are many that aren't. Additionally to that, I'm very interested in, of course, the systemic reform overhaul changes. The societal changes need to be noted. During the recent Operation Tenterfield and very high-profile offender cases over the last 12 months, our national intake and support line has supported families, educators, but also parents with regard. I know that New South Wales has policy on how to engage with families in those settings through serious incidents. Not all states do. They are a big piece of the early learning framework too, in terms of those around the child and parents. I think that's about it.
Thank you.
I mean, it isn't, but
Yes.
On to my
For
learned
now.
colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Body set.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having us here today. I think one of the things that we wanted to speak to today is the work that we do in early childhood education. We have a team of educators who work in the primary prevention of childhood sexual abuse directly in the early childhood education settings. And we wanted to speak to the complexity of the implementation of recommendations that might come out of, of these sessions. I think that we are looking at significant structural issues that have made this sector, we believe, a really soft target for child sex offenders who want to gain access to infants and toddlers and small children. So in this discussion, I want to really make sure that we put the child rights at the focus of our conversation in any of the solutions that we're coming up with. We really ask ourselves if we are ensuring if that solution upholds the rights and dignity of the child and doesn't just speak to perhaps the ease of prosecution or the rights of the shareholder or increased profits or ease of systems, that we really are thinking about child rights in that space. For instance, if we're talking about, and I know this is a hot topic, if we're talking about CCTV, are we asking ourselves about the child's right to digital autonomy, child's right to dignity in intimate moments like eating and sleeping and feeding and situations like that. I also want to speak for the, I'm not an early childhood educator myself, but I want to speak for the extraordinary work that workforce does do, and the fact that when we're thinking about solutions, we want to ensure that we know that it's not a lack of motivation from the vast majority of early childhood educators in doing the right thing to protect children from harm. They are an extremely motivated workforce. What we are actually looking for more is giving them the opportunity and the resources to do the best work that they can possibly do. And I want to sort of centre that conversation as well, and perhaps if we have the opportunity, talk more about how we can better support that workforce in child protection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. In the absence of a submission, Greg and I'll just give you some background around NAPCAN and where we see ourselves in the sector. NAPCAN has been going for over 40 years, and we've had a lot of experience in the advocacy and the prevention of child maltreatment, respectful relationship education, and the delivery of workforce capability training. Of particular relevance to this inquiry is that NAPCAN's most engaged demographic from across Australia is the early childhood sector. We deliver training packages in mandatory reported training, child safe organisations, protective behaviours and safer communities for children. The perspectives and insights that we share today come from our on-the-ground experiences, training communities and workers to keep children and young people safe. The key points we present today are first, that the early childhood workers require well-funded and mandatory reported training to identify and respond to child maltreatment in the workplace. Second, that the recommendations of the Royal Commissions into institutional responses into child sexual abuse must be fully implemented. And thirdly, that our proposed solutions should be extended to other child-centred industries before they face a similar crisis. And finally, that there is an educational campaign for parents and carers, ensuring that they know how to act on the concerns, should they have any. It's fundamentally the responsibility of adults to keep children safe. We know that perpetrators thrive in workplaces where staff and parents are not confident in discussing and calling out abuse, and the right training can make the workplace culture unwelcome to perpetrators. The Queensland Government has engaged NAPCAN to deliver our protective behaviours training package to early childhood educators across Queensland. Since July last year, we've trained over 1,000 Queensland educators, And concerningly, the main gaps we've identified in the workforce capabilities are identifying and responding to sexualised behaviours of children, identifying and responding to grooming, lack of reporting confidence, lack of awareness of prevention strategies, and lack of understanding of or support on how to embed child-safe standards into organisational practices. It is NAPCAN's experience that the early years workforce are not coming into these positions with adequate training in the essential areas. If we strengthen the workforce capabilities of the sector, then we strengthen the sector's ability to safeguard children. As someone who's worked extensively in frontline child protection systems, it's my experience that there are always multiple parents and educators in circumstances where abuse has occurred that felt that something was off, but they did not know what to do with that information. It's imperative that we ensure accessibility for educators to access training and create resources, opportunities or campaigns to inform adults to trust their instincts. This is how we disrupt perpetrators and access and ensure safety for our children.
And if we're building a prevention workforce, it means that we need to get the pre-service and ongoing training right, regardless of the pathway into that, whether it's university, TAFE, private provider. And we need to build strong knowledge and skills in child development so we can understand when that's been interrupted, prevention of child abuse and neglect, building safe, respectful relationships from day one. Ongoing training is vital and must equip educators to engage parents and carers so that those safety and respect messages not only happen within the setting, but they happen back in the home. And we know that strengthens protective factors around children. NAPCAN also emphasises that while the nation's grappling with the revelations of abuse in some childcare centres, we are on track to have a similar wave of revelations in other industries that are less regulated than early childhood education and care. For example, there are over 400,000 children who learn to dance and performing arts, yet there's inconsistent child-safe policy requirements across states and no national regulatory framework in Australia to dance education. And finally, with strong oversight matters, we must guard against over-regulation. We can't afford a compliance-only culture and one that drains time and money and trust away from building the relationships to truly keep children safe. This inquiry is our chance to learn from past mistakes, to get the pre-service and ongoing training right, and take a proactive approach across all child-centred industries so every child is safe, respected and able to thrive. And thanks for having us today at the inquiry.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for the work that you do. I wanted to start with a question about, I guess, how mature or sophisticated you think the average sort of level of debate and understanding is around child sexual assault, and how that then impacts on the willingness of people to report. As you know, I've read through all of these documents in relation to different incidents and things that are happening in centres, and it gives a little snapshot, obviously not the whole picture. I'm not an educator, I haven't worked in these places, so I can only go off what I'm reading. But there appears to be a really stark contrast between the willingness of educators to report and notify parents about what I would consider to be quite innocent interactions between children. So there might be a very common one is that, you know, a child was showing their genitals to another child and comparing genitals. That gets readily reported and then told to parents, as opposed to the things that I would consider to be far more sort of red flaggy, such as, you know, the educator with the child sitting on their lap, where people are having suspicions about what that looks like, where, you know, older children are taking smaller children alone and threatening them so that, you know, before they can pull down their pants, those sorts of things. Those things are not readily reported. I worry that that's setting up I guess, an environment in which we are shaming the conversation about genitals, about what's appropriate, and that is, I guess, making it harder then for children to speak up and be listened to, and then for reports to be made. What is your sort of observations around that sort of that level of debate and what we need to do to sort of educate and upskill everybody to be able to have those conversations in a more mature way?
Yeah, I'm happy to go first and pass along. Just on a couple of points. With regards to grooming, Bravehearts has just concluded a national campaign on grooming because it is an intentional preparatory phase before offending, which doesn't happen in isolation and once. It is incremental and often long term, and the behaviours look like ordinary behaviours in isolation, so they contribute to a workforce that already doesn't feel confident in recognising those behaviours, feels there may be consequences in reporting it, whereas that may give you some context if they're seeing two children or one child exposing genitals to another, that is there in plain sight. They have more confidence in being able to articulate that. Grooming is different from a therapeutic perspective and a societal one. I think if there were any other crime type and we were still, I always say we're raising awareness. We have awareness. These cases are constant, and once you're in this line of work, the news cycle is fairly void of it. So it's about action. We have lots of parents therapeutically who have misplaced guilt after this happens in their family, and often get the equivalent of a PhD because of that on the topic. So we try to have people become knowledgeable through education, not experience, but it is hard to fight. This just doesn't happen in my family. And people don't want to talk about it. Knox, a couple of years ago, before they launched their One Talk at a Time, which is a very gentle way to introduce the idea that children, parents can talk to children and say, if something isn't right, please, you can talk to me. That was a very heavily invested and heavily funded national campaign. The Kantar research that went prior to it was exhaustive and troubling. People know what it is, but they don't want it rammed in their face because there is still that idea that it just doesn't happen in my family until it does. So you're also up against speaking about the unspeakable. But I'll let my colleagues add to that.
Thank you. I'd like to add to that because the early childhood workforce is our general population. So within the workforce, we have survivors of childhood sexual abuse themselves. We have people living with family violence. We have unfortunately people who also perpetrate family violence and sexual harm. So we're dealing with complex human beings who have their own experiences, and when you are an adult who is a survivor of childhood sexual abuse and you hear a disclosure from a child, it's often very common for that adult to freeze in that moment, for it to trigger their own trauma history. So there's a complexity that happens there that might actually silence that workforce. The other thing that I want to say, and I want to be very frank about this, is that in New South Wales there seems to be a cultural lack of appetite for having this conversation that we don't see perhaps in some other states and territories, and I think that it's a conversation around the perception of backlash. So if we talk to children about naming their genitals, if we talk to children about appropriate sexual behaviours, there's a perception within many in the sector that there's going to be backlash, if they're going to face backlash from parents, and that's going to be a difficult conversation. And we know from Victoria that when that was doing body safety education was mandated as a ministerial order in 2016, that actually shifted the culture quite quickly, took the responsibility off individuals who might have felt discomfort, and allowed those individuals who built the relationships with parents to be able to say, well, I have to do this, it's mandated. And so that was enabled a culture shift around having those conversations. The other thing that I'd like to say about that is, your question is the incredible complexity around reporting if you believe that a colleague is grooming or harming a child. What we have seen in recent cases that our organisation has supported early childhood centres with is that it's often the survivors who get that kind of spidey sense first. They're picking up that the behaviour isn't correct. They have a knowledge that perhaps their colleagues don't have, but they're often dismissed because, they are emotional or easily triggered or, whatever it might be. So there's a disbelief of the very people who are able to most identify, when there might be grooming happening within the service. And then it's also complex. We deliver training on reportable conduct, and we did a pilot, and only 5% of the educators that we supported said prior to training that they would feel confident, completely confident, in making a report. And the rest said that they wouldn't because of personal reasons, that they would be worried about repercussions, they'd be worried about losing their job, they'd be worried about conflict, they have their own children in the centre and they're worried about losing a place for their child. There's a power imbalance between them, they're not as popular as the other staff, so they won't be believed. And so this training, that my colleagues and our organisation deliver has to be one that not only teaches about what reportable conduct is and how to access it, but addresses the behavioural hurdles, because at the end of our pilot we had a 76% workforce who felt entirely confident in accessing reportable conduct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add to that as well? So when we say we work with educators every day, we also actually conducted a survey after the Joshua Dale Brown case came out, and 750 early childcare workers responded, and 97% that they wanted more access to child safety training. So we know this. 78% wanted to know more about teaching children body safety. And that's part of what we do as well at Body Safety Australia. And then 67% said they wanted greater access to professional development, which is what Carson was talking about, but specifically through live streamed interactive sessions where there's wraparound support. So it's very important for that training to be for there to be support and for it to not be pre-recorded.
Thank you.
I concur with all of my colleagues. One of the things that we also find is that workforce capacity and capability is really a gap, but there's a very genuine desire to learn and a willingness and openness to learn. We also see that there's a big gap, and I think that parents want to build their protective capacity, and they want to know how they can respond. And one of the things that we talk about in our training is how we can assist organisations to develop cultures of openness that support parents to raise those concerns. I think we've found something like, after our training, 98% of early childhood educators said, yes, look, we've learnt something new, because they just don't have access to some of that information before they're going into those services and into those roles.
And I'd just add, and the way to do that too is it has to be anchored in the curriculum that they're delivered, not outside of that. So aligning that to the early years learning framework and making it practical to have those conversations often and early within classroom settings. Like the work we're doing in Queensland, across Queensland at the moment, uses Australian bush stories to and animals to introduce consent and early warning signs, and having those conversations from 3 years of age around through storytelling as well makes it part of the curriculum and is building up those protective factors very early.
And if I may add, just back to your original question, is that grooming doesn't just happen to the child, it happens to the adults all around them, which is obviously a big contributing factor to why they're not necessarily reporting this, because they are unaware of it, but they too have been groomed by offenders. They're always offenders tend to be seen as, it's seen as warmth and friendliness and helpfulness and kindness. And in the early years educators that we've spoken to, they're one of their main worries is, what if I'm wrong? What if I make a report and I'm wrong? What happens to me? What happens to the centre? What happens to my job, our reputation, that kind of thing. So grooming is obviously a massive problem, and it impacts all the adults around that child as well.
I'll just ask one more before throwing open to others. One of the common themes coming out of the documents, but also from speaking with parents who have had children who have been abused in centres, there's this sort of common thing that comes up where they've been told not to tell anybody. Or that the directors or the whoever has said, we don't. There's sort of two reasons not to mention it. The first is, if you tell, like, other children who have been abused may not know they've been abused, and so let's not sort of bring it out of them, which I find extraordinary. But there's that one, and then the other one is, we don't want parents getting alarmed and then somehow leading their children to think that they've been abused when they haven't. What is your response to that, and what should be best practice when this has been identified that's happened to one child? How do we gently explore whether it's happened to other children too?
I think across services there's been a culture of saying to early childhood educators, teachers, actually anyone working with children, you are not qualified to interview children, and so you shouldn't say anything, to the extent that we're not even opening up the conversations. So I think that's one of the things that happens, that we, you run the risk of traumatising children if you're asking them questions, and you should leave that to the professionals, which is absolutely true. But then we're not having the conversations that allow for children to disclose if there is something to disclose. So I think that's one of the things that we need to address. And I know that a lot of educators want some clarity on that. Where is the demarcation between what is their responsibility and what they have to hand over, and the question about what kind of questions do you ask when you receive a disclosure, particularly from very young children who we know, and I always hate this phrase, but they make unreliable witnesses because they can't tell sequential stories. So I think that's something that the sector would really like some clarity on, what is within their remit and what is not, and if not, then how. I forgot the second part of your question. So
it also depends on the motivation of the centre, because sometimes it is an image-based, and that's what happens when you have commercial privatisation. Sometimes if the motivation is don't tell because it is about our image, and that would be a part of it sometimes. Other times it can be an ethical and moral question around the parents. So for example, in the very high profile, I wish there was not so many of them, Queensland cases, there were parents that had been notified, but they would be telling their child that it was retrospective abuse from a number of years ago. That is a decision for that parent, and sometimes I wouldn't offer, yes, that would be that they would have to seek therapeutic advice within their own family. I think sometimes the centre director may not be the right person to be giving that advice, but I also wouldn't be taking that away from the primary carer or the parent. And it's complex. There is no right or wrong given the circumstances.
And if I can just add to that, I think it's really important that we bring parents in as part of the solution to this complex problem, in the sense that I think parents, our feedback is that parents want to know what to do and they want to know how to act, and I think if we empower them to have an inquiring and curious culture and have those expectations of those centres, then I think that that's something that we really need to empower parents to do.
And can I just add, we're talking about professional development for educators. Like everyone else has said, parents need parent-carer workshops too, and that's what we do, and we give practical tools that actually build the confidence to be able to have these conversations. And a practical tool might be asking a child if you can take their photo, then listening when they say no. So these are the kinds of things we do to educate parents and bring them along.
There's also the confidentiality question as well, and I think that a lot of centre directors or educators, don't quite understand what is confidential. So, if a child has disclosed and the parent does want to discuss it, that silencing sometimes happens because, of course, for the centre director, they're not going to discuss that particular child in a public space. So I think that there needs to be clarity around what is confidential information. At what point does that change if there are 2 or more children involved? Whose story is that to tell? So I think, some real clarity for the workforce and for parents would be really critical.
Thank you. Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here and for the very important work that you do. We certainly appreciate your expertise and insights. We've sort of touched on this already, but one of the things that has come up, particularly in the last day or so, whether it's hearing from sort of experts, advocates, educators themselves, is people don't often know where to go if they see something that they feel uncomfortable about. And we have evidence this morning from the head of the Child Abuse Squad who said, as a parent, you probably wouldn't say go to the director in case they don't want negative potential impacts of that. So one thing that's been flagged with us is a one-stop shop, a phone call where you can ring somebody to say this has happened, whether you're a parent, you're an educator. What would be your views on a simple way for people to be able to report suspected behaviour, and who do you think should, I guess, run or manage or be the body in charge of, a one-stop shop line for people to call with concerning reports?
The National Office of Child Safety have put out a tender, which should be announced with regard to exactly that.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly that.
And
which
do you
would
think that's
cover
the best place for it to sit as well?
I can speak to Braveheart's experience with a national number that was initially funded about 15 years ago and then wasn't. But so we fund that, and the scope of calls is very interesting because we're also a redress provider, so you might get adults, but you might get a lot of them regarding harmful sexual behaviours in terms of what is expected at this age. And for centre staff, sometimes that training isn't provided. This is expected behaviour, this is escalated, or this is harmful. You'll get self-reporting, people who might be having sexualised thoughts about children. You will get parents who want to learn about e-safety. You'll get, and what that service does is triage out, because Bravehearts doesn't provide all of that. So it would be actually go here or here or here, and I think that's the model. So from experience, ours receives about 900 calls a month. I would suggest the national one would receive easily 10 times that, and if the scope is clear and updated and relevant and includes all possible avenues right across Australia, I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, I agree. It has to be national. It is so complicated. It doesn't matter which state or territory you're in. It is so complicated knowing, do we report to this body or that body? Which one do we report to? And even when you do contact, our team received 12 reportable disclosures last week working in centres. And even when you do report, sometimes the agency that you report to is not sure if it's their domain or not. And there's inconsistencies between workers. We also work in a lot of border towns as well. So if you're working on the border of like Victoria and New South Wales and South Australia, you know, it becomes even more complicated. The only thing that I would say is in the communication around that, we would have to ensure that people know that it's a triage space, because we are still dealing with people who don't call because they have the fear that the minute that you pick up the phone and you ring Child Protection or Office of the Children's Guardian or wherever it is, the police are going to come in and swoop in and take the child away, and the family will never see the child again. And so this perception persists. And so the communication would have to be around, this is an opportunity for you to talk to someone who can guide your next steps.
Agreed. Support, not
support.
I think one of the things that we also need to consider in that space is that there's a threshold issue, and that a lot of the things that might come to a call centre of that nature might be things that are higher on the threshold. So where do those places, where do those incidents go where the parents just feel like something's a little bit off? So I think that there still needs to be an educative piece around that, because that's where we'll stop perpetrators wanting to be in those centres, and that's where we can take power back from those perpetrators if we're talking more openly around and parents acting, because they're best positioned to understand what's going on for their children, about how to get in the forefront around that. So I think that they would be missed through that centre. I think some of those preventative things would be missed there, but I agree absolutely there's a place for it.
I think the tender captures it. We get a lot of parents who have an ick and we support the ick. Tell me about
you'd rather check it out and have it be nothing than ignore something that could be.
And we send them to resources. So it does have to be very broad. Because the nature over that time. And for example, there's a lot of organisations that offer that. My view would be that there should be one. So if that's enacted, we wouldn't have one. You know, you want to be able to have everyone focusing on sending people to the one spot. And just worthwhile noting that is in the national
I wasn't
office.
aware of that.
Yeah.
So,
and that might be a good place for it to be held.
Sure. And the other issue which we spoke about earlier with the Office of the Children's Guardian, or the Acting Children's Guardian, was around that sort of gap in the Working with Children check system, where someone has still got theirs, but they have problematic behaviour. And I think in the Body Safety Australia submission you spoke about that as well. How do you think that information of the red flags should be better shared? What would that look like in practice? Because for me, I think that's one of the key things that we're seeing, is that often these people, when they're finally caught or charged, there's been systemic problematic behaviour for quite a long time, which was maybe just under the radar of what was sort of reportable, or the threshold of losing something like a Working with Children check. So how could we improve that space to have more information shared more freely and maybe earlier in the piece?
I think it's twofold. I think Working with Children checks, or whatever we use in that space, need to be national. The fact that I need to get a check in every single state and territory that I go to, and it's just a little bit ludicrous. So it does need to be a national approach. But I've completely lost my train of thought. It was about
like when someone's maybe red flagged, but not met the
it's
threshold.
about hiring practices, and this is where the child safe standards and national principles come in. We really need to have much better hiring practices. We work with organisations who have extraordinary hiring practices. When they advertise, they will talk explicitly about how they're a child safe organisation. They will ask the interview questions. They will do the reference checks on the phone or on Teams or Zoom, and actually talk to a person. And then we have educators who work for agencies who may never ever meet anyone. In fact, they're not actually employees. They just have an ABN. They upload their qualification, and all of a sudden they're being placed in spaces, that where they've never worked before. They've never had an interview with anyone. So we really need to address the hiring practices, and give the work, the directors or the organisations the skills to ask child safe questions.
Yeah, I agree completely that it needs to be a national approach, and I think the Royal Commission actually said that the agency that CrimTrack that actually does the national police checks can actually do that quite quickly and has the capability to be able to do that. I guess the issue is between the agreement with the states and territories. But one of the things I'd just like to table is that the assumption that the Working with Children's check in itself is a safety factor. I think we put an over-reliance on the level of safety that presents, because there's an assumption that this perpetrator might have committed a prior offence. So it's just one little thing that we've got in our bag of tricks. To try to
I appreciate that.
There's an important in early childhood settings too. I'm just thinking about the Ashley Paul Griffiths case when his offending is displayed, and you have different centres and this is that recruitment part too. In some centres he was employed for 30 days and then it said blue card renewed. So when you see that up on the screen, it's quite staggering. Paying very close attention to where he didn't offend was actually the most interesting piece with regard to what were the measures, protections, patterns, trends, things that we could see that worked that were too hard for the offender. So to Deanne's point on recruitment, because perpetrators are manipulative and cunning, and if that looks a little bit too hard, if they're extolling the virtues of putting the child at the heart of the business from recruiting, that could be a difficult place to go. And seeing, and there were elements in some of them, but a lot of them were around environmental, and if I spoke in the minutiae, that in the nappy change area, it wasn't that there wasn't a male there, it was that there were two people always in that area. So these small environmental considerations, instead of perhaps that there's CCTV everywhere, they just made these concessions, and those kind of things were interesting, and they started at culturally, you could speak up about your adult ick, if I may say, without oversharing.
And in one of those centres where Ashley Griffiths offended, one of the complaints was that there was this kind of blacked out room for the nappy change area, or for where the babies were, and so there wasn't that line of sight from other educators. Is that the kind of and environmental design sort of changes that can be made?
Yes, and he also created his own spaces with TPs when they didn't, there was centres that didn't have walls. So I think that there were probably 50% of the people that work with him that were like, no way, having been groomed, and the other half went, ugh, I just couldn't put my... And, of course, people did complain.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Ms. Val.
Thanks, Chair.
Can you just turn the microphone slightly towards you? You're right.
Too softly spoken.
Not something I'm often accused of, but anyway. What benefit do you see child safety training having across the sector, and in particular making it mandatory?
We've integrated mandatory reporting with child safe organisations training. We're delivering that in all states, and I think it was the combining of those and people being able to work from the different, that apply the standards, also know what to do and report, but also know how to support. I think high quality knowledge that's also anchored in child development knowledge and being trauma informed, I think it should be mandatory.
I actually want you to define child safety training, because I keep seeing this term bandied around and I don't know what people mean, and I don't think that there's a shared understanding across the state, across the country, of what that is for us, and I'm hearing that from my colleagues today. It means many, many different things. It starts with the very basics of mandatory reporting training. Can you identify child sex abuse? Do you know where to report it to? But different states have different thresholds for how frequently that needs to be done. And then there needs to be body safety training. So how do we embed in the curriculum a child's understanding of their rights and their help seeking and being able to name their genitals and being able to be assertive in their communication. And then there needs to be training on the child safe standards or the national principles or whatever applies in that jurisdiction, understanding that it's not just policies that are written by directors and signed when somebody is employed and put on a shelf to gather dust, but they are living documents that speak to the vast communities that we work with that are individualised for First Nations communities, for communities where there are a lot of children with disability, and then there needs to be training on reportable conduct, and all of these things need to be scaffolded and build capacity. Because we can't ask that workforce who are underpaid, overworked, disempowered in so many spaces to do our work of preventing childhood sexual abuse if we're not actually giving them the thorough training that they deserve.
We also
And
find...
also-
Oh, sorry. No, you go.
Oh, thank you. Just to add to that, obviously, the workforce is tired, understaffed, all these things. It might be easy to say, oh, we can just deliver this mandatory training and it just be pre-recorded modules. That, seemingly is an easy solution, but we know that we need to deliver it in person. Like when we deliver professional development to educators and then also the parent carer workshops, when I deliver it online, everyone, their cameras aren't turned on, no one, you ask a question about envisioning a child's safe future, no one even writes in the chat.
Yeah.
When we do it in person, we have the richest conversations and people are asking questions, and that's when the real behaviour change work happens. It has to be in person.
Yeah. And I think to add to that, I can't tell you the number of times that we've run this training and an educator has had the realisation as the training is being delivered about a child in their care either being harmed in their home or about a colleague. So, that's the power of actually really thorough, comprehensive wraparound support.
And I think the evidence is quite clear as well around one-off trainings don't work, so we need to have them with follow-up. So in Queensland we're now looking at wrapping communities of practice around all the people that come to our Safer Communities for Children training to ensure then support with implementing those practices back in their work contexts.
I think also with training, we take quite a holistic approach in it, in that we have our children's personal safety program where we teach children their rights to, and also identify safe, trusted adults so they know who to go to. So the next logical step is then that those adults know what to do. So we have foundational courses that we provide, which, from the very fundamentals of what is child sexual abuse, what does it look like, what does it sound like, what do you do, who do you go to. It's staggered as well. We have tailored options for, as Alison mentioned, our early learning environments, as well as annual refreshers as well. We are often told that people are time poor. So with our children's personal safety program, we also provide them with ready-to-teach classroom kits that are curriculum aligned so they can continue that long after the incursion or the show that they see. But we also need to include parents within that. So their child is learning this, the centre that they go to, the adults in that centre are learning this, and then wrapping every adult around the child in that educational piece. Education's the key to prevention. So the more that we're able to wrap every adult around that child through that, the better off I think it works. And mandatory, obviously, yes.
Just for a further question, Chair, thank you. In terms of information sharing, we've heard a bit about that this morning and we did indeed yesterday as well. How can information sharing be strengthened across jurisdictions from your perspective?
With regard to the working with children or blue?
With regard to everything.
I was just about to say something. I hope it's not controversial, but you've got 3 organisations here and I've been listening to all of us I mean, people are probably going, yeah, you're meant to. I wasn't making that like a declaration. But you'll also notice that it's almost impossible not to, and I don't like the word spruik, but we're all talking about how great our stuff is, right? Because it's designed like that, because the way the sector is, and the way funding is set up, or the way everything is, it's all designed that you've, basically got to be doing that all the time. And a lot of services in Australia are provided by NGOs that are otherwise provided by governments in other countries. NatCan does incredible work, Body Safety does incredible work, Bravehearts does incredible work, and yet we still have so much crossover in the Venn diagram, in different places, and huge gaps. And I'm reminded that after the Tasmanian inquiry, and Bravehearts has been going into Tasmanian schools for 15 years, and yet that the result of that inquiry was devastating, the level of, and that's because the system just put the onus of child safety on the child and no one else. They spoke up, no one knew what they were, no one listened, etc., etc. But still, it's not a one-off. It needs to be. So how do we information share? It's not, as a sector, it's not notoriously collaborative. So that's changing because we all want the same thing, and yet it's frustrating because at the heart of it sometimes is about funding and access. Why this couldn't be read. We all have a vision that there's a world where this doesn't exist, and I mean that's a reflection. My apologies. I think good if you've got great relationships, but collaboration's tough because it's about commercial reality. In that, if funding's at risk, no one gets to see this. I mean, that's just an observation. My colleagues may disagree, but yeah.
I like that you did the disruptor. Can I do one too?
Yeah, let's go.
All of this conversation is great and fantastic if we are not addressing the fact that we continue to make environments safer. And the more we make environments safer, the more that child sex offenders look for the least safe environment. And if we're having this conversation and we are resourcing some early childhood centres, we are resourcing perhaps the better resourced communities to make it safer, then we still have the predators. We still have the child sex offenders. They are still trying to find the most vulnerable children. And we have been so quick in New South Wales, but nationally, to try and address the vulnerabilities within early childhood education that I'm just so super aware that this is not a diverse table, and we are not hearing from migrant refugee communities. I don't know if you are, but they're not at this table. We're not hearing from First Nations. We're not hearing from children and young people with disability about the specific vulnerabilities and solutions that they have. And I am super concerned that if we implement the suggestions that come out of this inquiry and other inquiries, we're actually going to make some environments safer, which will make other environments, the more vulnerable environments, even more unsafe.
That's incredibly
creating new targets,
point.
New opportunities.
Can we just very quickly, just butting in, and then I'll come to you. Sorry. You've made some good points. This is only day 2 of 4 days. But the point is,
I just wanted it to be
but the point is really well made. But just on that element of, as we're sort of closing loopholes in some places, like aged care and hopefully disability services to an extent, and then where predators are going to the places where there are more holes. What is it that makes the early childhood sector so attractive at the moment? From a structural perspective, what should we be trying to...
Do you want a really quick whip around the sun of that? We don't value the early childhood education profession as a profession. We don't pay them like we pay professionals. We don't provide them with the qualifications that we provide other professionals. They are often small workplaces, but large employers, small workplaces. So you have people in leadership who perhaps have very little experience, who might be very young, who might be in the workplace and not as supported as they should be. And because I think most importantly, our client is actually in so many cases shareholders, not children. And if we don't actually take an approach that puts the children at the centre of this conversation, their rights, their safety, their needs, whether it's about how much we spend on food for them a day rather than how do we give nutritious, culturally appropriate food to children, to how do we make sure that they have access to educators who make them feel safe and welcome and who can, support them in being exactly who they are. If we don't value this profession, we are going to continue having this conversation.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to answer before going to Ms. Mahaley?
I guess I might just add one thing to that, is that it's it's a migrant workforce as well. People are speaking English as their second language. If their education, the certifications, the diplomas aren't made accessible, that's the barrier too to accessing robust, education, early childcare education.
Feedback we get as well from the early learning, from the early learning centres and staff is that it's all too confusing. It's difficult. Who do we report to? Is it the framework? Is it a principle? Is it a national quality standard? Is it... And there's so much noise in that space that it's either not done or not done very well by the centres and the staff, which leaves gaps for offenders to offend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution today. I just want to ask a couple of questions in relation to... obviously, the government's made a decision to move the regulator into an independent agency. I have some concerns with that in the context that I think the regulator, I would have preferred it to stay in education because of the exact reasons that many of you have said in the context that they're educators, and I would have liked a system that currently exists for teachers and around schools where it's a very a valued system where much harder for predators to get around there. Not that they can't, they can. And my concern is by moving the regulatory arm away from the Department of Education, you're moving the sector further and further away from education itself. And I wanted to know what your views were on that, and I also want to know generally what your views are on the current system. There's a 1-800 number that staff and educators can access. We were told by the Deputy Secretary yesterday that it's a 24-hour number, that every call is logged and in some ways acted on. So that was the assurance that he gave yesterday. That may not be the case. I don't know if any of your organisations have had feedback from educators who have tried, or parents who have tried to access this number and tried to lodge concerns with the current regulator within the Department of Education. And I just want to open it to all of you if you have any response to my queries.
I don't think that I can speak very confidently to whether the regulator should be in the department or not, but what I can say is what matters is how much power the regulator has to act. Some of the situations that we've dealt with is that the regulator in various states might be minimum standards, regulator, so you might have a significant concern but it's not meeting a threshold. So I support them being education specialists, but it's about how much power do they have to actually act on concerns, I think is the thing that we need to be asking about.
I just think it should be a national system, and I think that it should be, I just think it should be a national system, and if
What
we
do you
are,
mean, the actual regulator not exist state by state?
yes, I think that the states and territories proposition makes child protection difficult. I think it makes it difficult. I think if you put up the United Kingdom against Australia in terms of progression since the late 90s to now, and some of those barriers are information sharing. It's called the Working with Vulnerable People check. It's called the Blue Card in Queensland. It's run by different and within people moving around, references can also be used as a carrot for someone to be moved on. We saw that in the Royal Commission with places and institutions of faith. It's no different. You need to go because you need to move on, and we'll give you this reference and send you on your way. And I think that if someone has had a number of complaints, it just takes one state to not record it correctly, squash it once that person leaves, it's no longer accessible, or one level, you have police that have a level of evidentiary proof that they need to pursue something, and then you have the ick, and it's always the ick. And that's the bit. I'm saying that in the language of children because it's the easiest way to explain it. I don't know that it should be necessarily with education. I think that who's to say it's not better outside of that? It just should be housed singularly, and it should be measured, monitored, reformed, and there should be consequence, and there isn't. And I think when you see blue card awarded mixed in at the same time where children and parents' lives have been impacted, you end up having this kind of emotive response that I don't think it's a decision between two state entities. I think it is a national program with rigour and consequence.
Can I just put to you though, I know I don't have any data for the other states, but we were told yesterday there are 6,000 service providers in New South Wales, 85,000 workers, and it's a growing sector.
Yeah.
And whilst I think we should have a national framework and we should work out means and ways of sharing data, I'm just concerned having just one national body instead of having, state regulators. We might miss cases. I'm just saying, put to you that I think we may be going backwards in what our real agenda here is, and that is ensuring that children are safe, and we want to sort of hone in and be more involved with these service providers and sort of distancing ourselves.
I think it just invites
by taking
exception.
that layer out might be a concern.
It just invites exception, because if the states were to be aligned on anything, I would venture it would be this. And there has been alignment more now than ever, but it's taken some pretty high profile public agitation and people wanting protection for their children. And I think as a nation, collectively, we all want the same thing, except the road that we take to get there, that element that's different can contribute to the problem.
We are running very short on time, but Ms. Merton hasn't.
Thank you very much. And with I think the final question, thank each of you for your contribution, and absolutely recognise the critical role that each of you play in the early childhood education and care sector. Just to probably get a greater understanding about that important role that you play, I'm wondering maybe if each of you might be able to just share with us in terms of the training provision that you make reference to, and in terms of what your reach or your scope might be in the sector, in terms of how many people you may have provided training to, and possibly what some of the cost arrangements might be around that to the sector.
Oh God,
Yeah, I'm happy to start at the other end. I feel like I'm saying a lot.
We're funded across Queensland to deliver a program of work called Safer Communities for Children. I mean, it's got all the elements that everyone's talking about here. But the way that that's accessible, it's been funded for the next 2 years by the Department of Education, and then it's free for services to access. And I think that's really important because service providers are struggling. They often have very limited training budgets, and we're flexible enough that we now know we need to run some in hours and outside of hours, so we maximise the chance of capturing people. We also learnt very early on we couldn't have huge blocks of time. 3 hours is kind of your max because we've got a casualised workforce, and if someone turns up for an hour, you've got to pay them for 3. So there's some of the, so that's there, but we're also working more nationally. Do you want to talk about that, Leisha?
I might just say that one of the things, our other learnings is we needed to provide this online, which was a bit of a shift. We know that in-person training is optimum, but we've got a lot of regional and remote areas that want to access, and funding won't allow them to travel to larger cities, or they haven't got the capacity or the finances to support that. So we've had to look at adaptations to do that online, and that's where we've wrapped the community of practice around that. But more broadly, we have adapted a lot of those trainings in New South Wales. All of our training is fee for service, but we were funded by Department of Health to do the protective behaviours in New South Wales, so we did roll that out in regional areas across New South Wales 2 years ago. I think they're the main trainings that are relevant to this inquiry.
We work predominantly in Victoria, although we have a presence in other states as well. In Victoria, we are fee for service, we're unfunded. In Victoria, we are able to access school readiness funding. So every early childhood and care centre in Victoria has access to school readiness funding, which gives them funding depending on need to access programs and professional development that has a strong evidence base. I think it's a good model because it allows us to travel to rural and regional Victoria without any disadvantage to those centres who may not be in metropolitan Melbourne. We deliver anywhere between 5 and 10 professional development sessions per week. That might be from 5 educators in a small country town to 200 educators in all of the community childcare in one LGA, across all of the programs that we deliver.
Sorry, and just to clarify, that in Victoria.
That's in Victoria,
Yeah, so
the model in Victoria. I know...
Anything for New South Wales?
Anything for New South Wales is fee for service, or we draw on philanthropic funding to provide services for their community.
Thank you.
And I will say, if you actually want to see our programs, next month ahead of Child Protection Week, we're going to be in the ACT in Canberra, and we've partnered with Communities at Work, and we'll be delivering our Superstars child sexual abuse prevention programs in Parliament House at the Childcare Centre there, and at Treasury as well at their Childcare Centre. And we'll be delivering our professional development to the entirety of the Communities at Work staff, as well as 2 parent carer workshops, and they will be live streamed. So if you would like the details, and actually you can witness us doing our work.
Thank you. And just in terms of the funding and costs arrangements?
Fee for service, but I can provide you with costing.
Braveheart's training is entirely unfunded. It is fee for service. It used to be an in-person model prior to COVID. Everything, and that's an expensive model, sadly, a very expensive model. And it all went online about 3 or 4 years ago. We offer bespoke courses at a fee for service, but there are basic courses that everybody can access without change. Kate can talk about different environments with regard to that.
Obviously with online is in person is great. The online makes it quite accessible. We've also been able to work with Guide Dogs Australia to make sure that that online option is accessible for the visually impaired as well as elements to the courses that work with those whose English is a second language as well.
Thank you very much. Conscious of the time. Thank you so much. Yes, we have very much run out of time. But I wanted to say thank you very, very much for everything that you do. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there will be supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude this session. We're going to take a quick lunch break and be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could ask you to please, starting from my left, state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. So my name is Tim Bullard. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Kearns. I'm CEO of International Childcare College. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
No, not from me. I think we've put our submission in and that sets out the scope. I need to say that in terms of early childhood education and care settings, the workforce sector that we refer to is teachers, so it is qualified teachers in those centres which are within the remit of the Institute.
Thank you.
Probably not. I'd just be happy to speak to the document.
Sure. If I could ask, I think it would be helpful for the committee, if I could just start with you, Ms. Kearns. I know that you have a significant amount of experience in the sector, and you actually wrote the textbook for that a lot of students are learning from. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What have you seen over the last few decades of the quality of education for people in the early childhood sector?
Well, I'm from the era when the Whitlam government first started funding long day care in across Australia, and also provided free university education. So that's the era I am from. I have worked as an early childhood teacher. I have worked in a child protection unit, specifically with parents of children who had been before the Children's Court for child abuse. So working in an intensive way with those people. I have worked as a children's services advisor for what was then one of the names of the current welfare department. It's had many iterations. I've worked at the policy unit, looking at policy development for children's services. And I worked at the university, lecturing in early childhood education in the 4-year degree course. And then I set up my own training college because I saw the need for quality training outside of TAFE, who I believe do a very good job. So I believe that there's room for everybody in the sector who do the right thing. And I do write. I've got 4 early childhood textbooks that are used nationally. I'm up to my 6th and final edition, and then I'm hanging up my pen or my typewriter. And yes, so I've had a lot of experience, and over the years I've seen a decline with the rise of corporate childcare, which after the ABC fiasco, and the promise that the government would allow that never to happen again, they merrily went along and allowed it to happen. We now have over 60% of our centres run by the corporate sector. And I don't care how lovely those people are, it's about profits and it's about a scale of economy. I think the decline has happened as a result of that, that they must obviously they want to make money for their shareholders, and to do that they have to run their services on a budget, and that budget, I don't think, extends to this quality provision of early childhood education. I've seen a decline in the skills levels of the people running services. So we used to always have a person called the director who was in charge of a service. That person is now called an authorised supervisor or the person in charge or a manager. And in the corporate sector, they are directly accountable to someone in that corporate sector. And that someone maybe in the same town, maybe in the same city, or maybe in another state. There's no direct contact. I keep in touch with what's happening by reading the Facebook comments that a lot of our services are now part of. A lot of those comments are now anonymous simply because I think they're fearful of speaking out. And they say things like, you know, oh, well, I wasn't allowed to get another staff member today because they said, you know, we're over budget, so we have to work with one less staff member. That never happened in my day because the director took responsibility. That's been taken from those people now, and it's caused so much stress in the sector. And I think this whole issue with child protection, I guess, was inevitable in a way. Having worked in the child protection unit for many years, people who are pedophiles are very good at covering their tracks. They're very good at hiding what they do. The Working with Children check, in my opinion, is really a waste of time. For example, as an RTO, we can enrol a student and ask that they have a child protection, a Working with Children check, but we can't verify that check. That check could be cancelled. We wouldn't know. They could do a course with us on child protection and we'd issue it without knowing that their Working with Children check has been evoked. So, you know, one of the frustrating things I see in the whole early childhood sector is there are too many players. There are too many people telling other people what they should and shouldn't do. There are too many people at the top who really don't understand what's happening in the workplace. And I think, you know, the federal government's recent change in relation to child protection will have limited or no effect. I think it's too little, too late. And I could also say that the New South Wales government announcement of building all these new preschools, they need to fix their own backyard first. We don't have the staff. I don't know who they think are going to teach in these centres because we've got a shortage of teachers. I know it's not as bad now as it was. We have a critical shortage of early childhood educators, and yet we're talking about building more centres. You know, I just think it's wrong, and I think we're taking a sledgehammer approach to something that is very complex and needs complex solutions, not quick fixes.
Thank you.
That's about it.
Could I ask both of you, so obviously, I guess from your opening remarks just there, Ms. Cairns, there's obviously we have TAFE, we have universities, we've got private colleges of varying degrees of quality, I think is fair to say.
Yep.
There seems to be in the acknowledgement that we need we need more educators, we need more teachers. There has been a bit of a rush and a shortcutting of teaching qualifications. Recently, we saw on the ABC there was the revelations around Charles Sturt University running 6-month-long courses, and that being sort of deemed sufficient. Where is the balance, do you think, and how long should people have to study for before they're allowed to work? What should traineeships look like? All of that. What, in an ideal world, what is the sort of, I guess, the balance to be struck between trying to get more workers into the sector, but making sure that they're properly trained?
At the moment, you must have a Certificate 3 or a diploma or be working towards one of those qualifications to be employed in a centre. As a result of the shortage of early childhood educators, SBATs, who are school-based trainees and apprentices, are now allowed to be primary contact staff. So they are paid while they are learning. They go out 1 day a week to a service. The majority of those people are between 17 and 18.
So primary contact, you mean they're counted within the ratios?
They're counted as part of the ratios. So here we have high school students who are not trained are not qualified taking on the responsibility of caring for a group of children. Now, the rule is that those people must not be left alone with a group of children, but the reality is that that is not happening. Our students tell us that they are left alone, because one of the things we say to the students, you must never be alone with a child. Always be visible, never be alone. And then they say to us, well, you know, the educator told us to do this while they went somewhere and did something else. So I think that was a poor decision by the government to allow that to happen. I don't think young people should be made responsible for children. If they're in a learning situation, then that's what they should be doing. They should be learning. They shouldn't be taking responsibility. We have people that are working towards, so if you're undertaking a Certificate 3, you can also be a primary contact staff person because you are undertaking a qualification. Now, you may or may not have done your unit on child protection. So you may or may not have any knowledge of child protection, but you are still able to work with children. So there's lots of contradictory things going on. Recently, the qualification in relation to child protection was upgraded, but the only people able to deliver that under a funded model is TAFE. So as a training provider, and we deliver training for traineeships and we're funded for that, we cannot deliver that new unit of competency because the government is not going to pay for it to be delivered. They're only paying for TAFE to deliver it. So in terms of dodgy RTOs, we then get asked the question from the service providers, well, how come TAFE is delivering this new unit and you're not? And the answer is, we're not allowed to.
Mr. Bollard?
So I think Ms Kearns has spoken to what we would classify as educators or within the service, and so I can speak more broadly to teachers. Teachers in ECEC services are either 4-year qualified or they have a master's in early childhood education, or they can have another ASECA approved qualification which may be a 3-year qualification. Unlike educators who have to meet, I suppose, a qualification benchmark, there's also an additional requirement for teachers that they are registered. So teaching is a profession, and by its nature you're not only judged, I suppose, on your unique academic qualities, but also your personal and ethical benchmarks are also measured. So for example, in registration, fit and proper person is one of the measures that's taken into account about whether or not you can be registered. So in terms then of the framework for registration as a teacher, there are requirements for all teachers in all jurisdictions around the registration system measuring aspects of child safety. So that's competency in relation to your knowledge and skills, capabilities in relation to child safety, but also whether or not you are fit to be in that in the teaching profession.
Why aren't educators treated in the same way then? And would you support that, I guess, the idea that educators, you know, they are professionals, and it would be, I think, a step forward if they were treated as such. Should they be registered as well and sort of have to prove that they're a fit and proper person?
I think it's an interesting question, and I think if we go back in history, what's happened is that we moved from what we traditionally called childcare, which was a place that a child could be looked after, into education and care. And when those changes came in, the requirement for a teacher was to add an education component into what had been a childcare service. And therefore there was a period of time where it was looked then at how registered teachers could push down, if you like, to be in those services. And so it came from a slightly different premise, which is how can we have teachers in services? The question you've asked, I think, is a valid one, which is how can we ensure that everyone in those services is measured on their professional attributes and capability as opposed to a qualification that they've undertaken.
I think, we have competency-based training in Australia. If we look overseas, a lot of countries have chosen no longer to have competency-based training. I think for some vocational courses, it's fine because, this is how you wire up something or this is how you put a tap on. But when you're dealing with human beings, there's many different dimensions. The competency-based training model we currently have, I think, is totally inadequate. The Certificate 3 in Children's Services has 17 units and then they do additional units at diploma level. At Certificate 3 level, they have to cover things like children's health, safety, well-being, brain development, child development, trauma-informed care, anaphylaxis, a great range and a great diversity of knowledge and skills. Because I write the textbooks that most people use, I find my glossary in my textbook getting longer and longer and longer because the complexity of the knowledge is such that it's quite difficult to break it down into understandable units. A theory on child development is a theory on child development. You can't have half a theory. You can't water it down. It is what it is. Some of the units of competency have 2 pages of knowledge evidence. It's over the top. So what we do at our college is, in the first instance, we say to the students, we want you to be safe in the work environment, we want your colleagues to be safe, and we want the children to be safe. If they can achieve that, then I'm very happy, because I think that's important. They have to be safe, the children have to be safe. There is so much knowledge evidence, particularly for the students doing training 1 day a week. The whole focus is on getting their assessments done. There's no time for learning because there's so many workplace tasks they have to complete, and the students are so stressed about it that it's difficult. I mean, we do quite well. Our SBAT completion rate's around 85-90%, which is way above the state average. So we put a lot of effort into supporting our students. But it's too much, and I just think, do they really need to know theories of child development when they're just starting out? They're not teachers, they're not even educators, they're beginning learners with L plates on, and we're asking them to learn all this knowledge that they don't know how to apply. And I do believe that we need to re-look at that. A couple of years ago they did a review of the training package, and they got thousands upon thousands of suggestions and comments, and I believe the volume was just overwhelming, and so really nothing much changed.
I would support that idea of knowledge into practice as well. So it's all very well to be undertaking the components and the competencies. It's a bit like initial teacher education. It does have within your 4 years professional experience where you go out and you're able to apply what you've learned. I think what we know around safeguarding children is the conceptual ideas of keeping children safe make absolute sense. But it's actually when you're in a situation where you might be asked to actually put the responsibilities and rights of a child above your discomfort of potentially raising an issue with one of your fellow workers or your colleagues, that the rubber hits the road. And we need to make sure that we're providing people with the ability to know how to put the knowledge around safeguarding into practice. And one of the things I think that from AITSL's perspective is an area to look at in relation to teachers is often these teachers are the only teacher in a service. If you go into a school, the expectation when you start on day one is you're actually not fully registered. You only have provisional registration, and the expectation is you have 4 years on the ground under the mentorship and the induction of senior leaders, senior educators, to help you navigate some of these really tricky things as they roll out. And And in terms of teachers, I think that's an area that we can see that it's very hard to make that happen in some of these ECEC services where you may well be the only teacher.
Yes, and I absolutely agree. And we have people graduating with their Certificate 3 taking up the role of director. These are people that would ring up and say, I can't get my assignment in because I've put unleaded petrol in my father's leaded petrol car and I couldn't do, They're young people, they struggle with day-to-day realities. We're asking them to do something that we would struggle as mature age people to handle. Child protection is very confronting, extremely confronting. And when we're teaching child protection to these young people, we have to take into consideration that some of these people themselves may be abused children. They may be being abused at the time we're teaching them, or they may have previously been abused, and they may be powerless and voiceless. Yet we're asking them to undertake this sort of training and take on this responsibility without any support in the workplace.
Can I ask you, I think a lot of the incidents that have been reported and that I've been reading about in the documents are incidents where teachers or educators have appear to have lost their temper with a child, and often the child is so-called behavioural difficulties. There seems to be a very disturbing disproportion when it comes to children with disabilities, particularly non-neurotypical children who are subjected to abuse. Is that a product of lack of training on the job? Is it something that we should be looking at in terms of setting up, I guess, more of a focus in the curriculum, or is it a combination of things?
Well, I think with teacher education, and I worked in teacher education, they can do a unit on special education, and that better prepares them. They obviously are studying at a higher level, so they're looking at children with disability, children with neurotypical behaviours, those sorts of things, and probably can manage that better. I think in children's services we used to have a Certificate 2. A Certificate 2 was a person who would come in, be the helper, help set up the room, help with meals, lunches, nappy change, all of those sorts of things. It was a starting point. It was a beginning. Do you like this sort of work? Would you like to work with young children? Now we have a Certificate 3 that's jam-packed with so much knowledge. We go on to the diploma. The diploma has 2, I think, units on leadership. Emotional intelligence is not compulsory, and we all know that leadership and management requires lots of emotional intelligence. We used to get funding for leadership and management training, so I wrote we deliver diploma in leadership and management, which I've customised to children's services, but we can no longer get funding for that, and the reason is it's not a core subject for early childhood educators. We're falling apart. You cannot have people in charge of 60, 80 place, 120 place centres with someone who has a Certificate 3. It's absurd, and it's the government closing its eyes to what's going on. It's not regulated as long as you've got a qualification, and the rationale for that is, in the rural and remote regions they can't get educators, so therefore it's the lowest common denominator. Well, I believe it should be the other way. If you have to have a Cert 3 in charge in a remote area, okay, do that. Let's put some supports in, not make it a blanket thing for everybody. I find that frustrating that we just go to the lowest common denominator and then move on as though we fixed the problem when we haven't fixed it at all.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your evidence so far. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Kearns, in particular, about your thoughts around whether you support teacher registration requirements nationally in the way that New South Wales and other jurisdictions do.
Yes, I do. I think it would raise the status. I mean, look, ever since I've been an educator, the early childhood has been the underdog. We're seen as, preparing children for school, not preparing children for life, which is a disappointment. And I can understand why teachers don't work in the early childhood sector, because the pay and conditions are so poor. Absolutely so poor. Why would you do a 4-year degree and go and work at a centre where you get $20,000, $30,000 less and less holidays and so much more responsibility? So, we're fighting a losing battle there. And I think a registration where people can work towards the sorts of things that the teacher registration does to improve their skills, to, engage in self-reflection, develop leadership skills, develop their own personal well-being skills, I think that would be marvellous. But we don't have a system like that.
Mr. Bullard, can you talk more about some of the needs for ongoing professional development in the sector?
So I think one observation I would make, and it's not the play-off between educators and teachers, it is just that we have two employment groups working, is that because of the nature of teaching being a profession, a lot of this is self-managed and self-expected. So under the National Quality Standards, we really set up the boxes that needed to be ticked. It's more compliance, and the profession does bring an element of agency. I'm a teacher, therefore I have to do these things, obviously being ethical, but I think coming to that idea around professional learning, it is a requirement in the teacher standards that you demonstrate your commitment to and engage in ongoing professional learning. So, teachers are learners as well as teachers, and I do think that's a delineator. On top of that, though, is what are you learning? So what we know is that at age and stage throughout your career, there are different capabilities and competencies that you need to pick up. It's no good giving you things for middle leadership when you're just starting out, but likewise we've got to make sure that you are being sort of scaffolded appropriately and setting out those expectations as you grow. So at the moment, there really isn't that level, as I understand it, for educators. There's not that ongoing engagement in professional learning and in a way that's phased over the life of your career. In teaching, what you know is when you start on day one, you're only provisionally registered. And in jurisdictions such as New South Wales, you have 4 years to get to fully registered, where you need to present a portfolio to the New South Wales Education Standards Authority that needs to be independently assessed. So you've got that momentum to continue to learn, and that doesn't sit with educators. But I will also acknowledge that in the busyness of those centres and some of the workforce challenges that they have to attend to, it's also very difficult to get that time.
Well, there is no time. I think that's a point.
How would you envisage then, given sort of what you've just said about what specifically, because it sounds to me like there's sort of two different requirements. Well, the teachers have one requirement, educators have a separate requirement, taking in obviously consideration what you said earlier. What is it that the professional development should incorporate, and how would you envisage rolling that out across the sector, given some of the challenges you've just mentioned?
So I think there are components of what you would expect a teacher to do in moving. There are 7 standards, and the standards set out very clearly what you look like at a graduate level, then proficient, highly accomplished and lead. So we would say that those standards need updating. However, at the moment we have what we have, but they do show that scaffolding and show you the next logical step. And under that, if you are a school-based teacher, there will be professional learning which will, by its very nature, support you in years 1 to 4 and then onwards, that you can engage in. Yes. However, I will say there would be key components that we could be looking at for everyone who is in those centres, and if we're talking around elements of child safety, or I don't like the term behaviour management, I prefer building sort of social capability in young people, working across diverse ranges of young people. I think that you could look at some core components of professional learning that attended to everyone who was in those centres. And if you were clever, you could align those with what teachers required to get from into proficient status. But because of the number of small centres, I think you would need to be thinking more around how you centralise that. It's just another burden on centres to say, and now you must, which the National Quality Standards does. Quite rightly, it works in a you must do these things. And I wonder if, because of, we know now, the standards have been in place for a number of years, that in fact there are some things that might look better, either centralised or that can be accessed centrally. And so a curiosity of ours in relation to teachers in small centres is what could we be providing centrally to allow them to move from provisional to full registration, for example, rather than saying to centres you need to be supporting these individuals. And I will say NESA here has actually recognised that they probably do more than other teacher registration authorities in trying to attend to teachers in early childhood settings.
Oh, look, I absolutely agree. I think even a mentoring role would be, because they're so isolated. I know when our trainers go out to visit our students, the director corners the trainer simply because they need to offload. Can I tell you what's been happening? What do you think about this? No, they don't breach confidentiality, but they are just exhausted. They're worn out. There's so many issues for them to address. We have such complex families these days. I think a registration system would be good, but don't allow it just to be the centres that do that. I was horrified to read that in Victoria they've implemented the registration for keeping track of educators, and guess who has to do all the work? Not the government, the director. Another job for them to do. They are overwhelmed. Do not give them more things to do. Take some things away.
I think that's an interesting delineator as well, because teachers themselves are personally responsible for being registered. That's their professional responsibility. Now, obviously, a whole lot of things flow from that. You can't be employed as a teacher unless you're registered. But it is not on schools and systems to get their teachers registered. That's an individual professional responsibility.
But teachers also get time in the day, you know, away from the classroom to do other things. Early childhood educators, as soon as they get till the minute they leave, they are busy. They do not stop. You know, we now have this ridiculous scenario where we have under the roof ratios.
Yeah, we've heard about.
What does that mean? So a colleague of mine dropped her baby off this morning and said there are 8 babies in the room. There were 2 educators. 8 babies and 2 educators. One baby only needs to cry, need a nappy change, need to be put down for a rest, and suddenly there's 1 educator to 7 babies. That's not on. I would defy anybody here to say that they could manage 8 children or 7 babies on their own. It's not doable and it's not fair. And this is what's happening in the corporate sector. The director rings up and says, I've got staff sick, I need to replace someone. Oh no, you can't because we can't afford that. So then they call someone in from another room. So that means the educators in the other room are down, an educator. Now, because it might be from the 4-year-old room, yes, 4-year-olds are more capable, but we still have a staff to child ratio for the 4-year-olds, and suddenly it's under the roof. We all know that if you've got a baby or a toddler playing in your bedroom and you're out in the kitchen, the whole time you'd be, I'm wondering what that baby's up to. You need to see what they're doing. You need to be there. You need to protect them. And that's one of the issues. You know, the cost of care is phenomenal, but that's the cost of care. We either take that on board and consider our young children as part of this society and worthy of funding, or we don't. And I think that's the bottom line.
What are the skills and capabilities and attributes then that you would see as being part of a world-class early childhood and education care system?
I think we have to, as Tim has just said, I think we have to look at I mean, I always look at it as though they're learners when they're training, then they go onto their P plates, and then they might, move on. So they've got that time. And with the teacher registration system, they've got that 4 years. They've got basic skills and knowledge, but we all know when you come out of university, you don't really know very much at all about the real world. And you need that time, and you need mentoring, and you need support. You need to have time to think. Early childhood educators get no time to think. One of the things that the standards say is they have to engage in critical reflection. Well, I always wonder when they could do that. So I think they need a mentoring system. We need to look at what we think a beginning educator looks like, as has been done with teachers. We need to look at the care aspect as opposed to the education aspect. And I think we need to have that gradual progression. But we don't have that. There'd be no way that a graduating teacher would be placed in the position of a principal of a high school or a public school. We'd all be horrified. But nobody is horrified when a Cert 3 is put in charge of a long day care centre.
So should there be then an experience?
Yes, I do believe there should be.
You can't be a director until you've had at least X number of years.
Well, it horrifies me that, and we know some of our Cert 3s who then they want to re-enrol immediately and do their diploma, but we know they're not ready for their diploma. We say to them, look, give yourself at least 12 months, get some experience, develop your skills, and then think about whether you want to go on to the next level. But they're forced to do it because the employer says you can be a director if you enrol to do your diploma, because the regulations say that if you're in training, you can do that job. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place.
I think the challenge that sits in all of this is there is, of course, a natural tension between workforce pressure and quality.
Yes.
And it's in teaching in schools as well. However, as AITSL, we say we've got to maintain quality and look at how we can be clever on workforce. We don't say let's just throw quality away so that we can have more people in classrooms. But we do know the reality of people that are running schools. That's their everyday reality. How do I have a quality teacher in front of a classroom when I don't have enough teachers? But that's the underlying this, isn't it? That there's a trade-off.
Yes,
because centre staffing versus...
Yes, and at least though a principal of a school has been through rigorous training over the years to get to that level of leadership.
Manage it.
That's right, so they have the skills, the knowledge, the competencies, the experience that these early childhood people do not have and will never get because they actually don't get a chance to do that. The national quality standards what can I say? I believe that they're not meeting the needs. You're either meeting the standards or you're not. Why do we have working towards?
I like your suggestion. You either are or you're not.
Well, and the other thing is about the National Quality Standard, it says it's a continuous improvement system. A continuous improvement system is not a benchmarking system. The NQS is a benchmarking system. It is not a quality. If as an organisation, if I want to implement continuous improvement, I decide on what my benchmarks are going to be and I work towards them. Benchmarks are benchmarked. Did you do it or didn't you do it? Oh, well, if you didn't do it, that's all right. We'll give you 2 years to fix it. We have centres that can open a brand new centre and not be visited for 2 years. What's that about? You either meet the standards or you don't meet the standards. Clear cut. There's a lot of wording in the standards like, I can't think of the words, but I wrote them down. So, they're not measurable. We all know that if you're going to say to someone you're either doing this or you're not doing this, you have to be able to measure it. If you say things like, I can't remember now, I can't remember, but things like, working around or thinking about, or intentional or unintentional. Well, what does that mean? How do you measure that? It's got to be measurable. If it can't be measured, then don't have it written down, because it doesn't mean a single thing. And I think that if we're going to have benchmarking standards, let's have them. Let's make them very clear. Let's make them measurable. And we don't have, you either, I just can't understand the working towards or the not yet meeting. Like, what does that mean? So really, well, it doesn't really matter if you don't meet them. You can have 2 years to fix up whatever you're doing wrong. Or we'll fine you $2,000, which that doesn't mean anything either. So I think the national quality standards has let us down. I think that ASIQA certainly hasn't met my expectations of championing the industry and supporting early childhood educators. There's a lot of rhetoric around centres that exceed. I don't think we should have exceeding. You either do what you're supposed to do or you don't. If you want to do it better, that is fantastic. But do we really need ASIQA to write beautiful newsletters about these centres that are exceeding? I went to a centre in Wagga Wagga last year. I went to 2 centres. One was a corporate centre, and it was beautiful. It had everything that opens and shuts. It had artificial turf because they're having a drought. So while there was not a blade of glass anywhere, here's this centre with this beautiful astroturf. I went to the other centre, which was in the very much poorer part of town. All of their grass had turned to dust. The centre was very run down, but the staff were wonderful. And I just wonder sometimes when someone comes in to assess that centre, can they look past that? If you go to a centre that looks beautiful and you go to a centre that's run down and looks pretty average, that must affect your opinion of that service. And oftentimes I think it is about opinion, because a lot of the things aren't measurable. So I think we need to change what we do there.
I've also read a huge number of incidents where there was massive compliance issues and they just hadn't got round to re-rating it. So you had an exceeding rating, but then you had a whole lot of incidents occurring. Ms. Merton?
Thank you. Thank you both so much for your contribution and being here. Ms. Kenzie, if I could just pick up, earlier you made a reference to the cost of care, in terms of the cost of care being phenomenal. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate a bit more on that.
Well, I think the cost of care is not cheap. Caring for a baby is not cheap. There is no way around that. It is what it is. They need constant care. They need constant supervision. They have an individual routine, so this baby might be awake, this baby might be asleep. We now have the ridiculous requirement where the staff in the baby's room have to check on babies sleeping every 15 minutes. They have to go in and literally look at the baby, touch the baby's chest to make sure that baby's breathing, look at their colour, and then they have to write all that down. I calculated if you have 15 babies and you had to do that every day, you'd need an extra full-time staff member just to check on the baby sleeping. So that's what causes the cost of care to be what it is. The salaries, of course, are the biggest component of that. And early childhood educators have always been behind the 8 ball in salaries. We know that the Certificate 3s were one of the lowest paid workers in Australia. It's predominantly dominated by females. So again, there's that gender issue. When the Whitlam government first developed the funding model for children's services, and I know that this is not sustainable, they used to pay 90% of the wages, and the centre had to have a budget. And they were community-based then, so it was not-for-profit. And that worked quite well, but of course that's just not sustainable these days. It would just be cost too much. But I often ask myself, why does the government feel it's okay to pay for teachers in schools, and magically when a child turns 6 that's fine? If a child's under 6, we don't owe them anything in terms of education and care. I find that difficult to stomach. I mean, we see a lot of the Scandinavian countries who have managed beautifully and are doing a great job in terms of quality, in terms of ensuring that every child has an opportunity for care and education from birth. And, you know, we're a wealthy country, there's no doubt about that. But we've chosen to allow the corporate sector to take responsibility for our children under 6.
We are on time.
Sorry, I feel like I've overestimated.
Thank you so much for coming along. I think we could have spent a bit longer with you, but unfortunately we have run out of time. To the extent there are questions taken on notice, or there may be supplementary questions from committee members, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From our next panel of witnesses, if I could ask you to please, starting from my left, state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name is Professor Catherine Nielsen-Hewitt. I'm a professor in early childhood at the University of Wollongong and the head of the early years program there. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm Professor Sandy Wong. I'm from the Macquarie Centre for Early Childhood Research at Macquarie University, and I will take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, sorry, I need my glasses. Okay. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Caroline Corson. I'm Professor in Early Childhood at the University of New England in Armidale. I'm also taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Dr. Sally Larson. I'm the Head of Department for the Early Childhood Education Department at the University of New England. And I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. I'll give each of you the opportunity to make a short opening statement if you would like, and I'll start with you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to just thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this really important discussion. And I'd also like to acknowledge the scope of focus. And I think the safety, health and wellbeing of young children really hinges on a total system response and also a systemic commitment to high quality practice and delivery. And while much of the discussion and indeed the strong motivator for the inquiry has been around child safety, I don't think we can talk about child safety in the absence of quality. And there is very strong evidence to show that where we have high quality services, where we have highly skilled practitioners, we have fewer safety concerns, but we also have better learning
and development outcomes for children. There's also been a lot of discussion about regulation, and I think more regulation is not the answer. Australia already has a world-class, internationally recognised model for quality, safety and continuous improvement in our National Quality Framework that was introduced in 2012. What I believe is needed is better funding and more effective regulation in order to develop and to really deliver the developmental outcomes that every child deserves and every family expects. And this includes much more targeted investment that's directed towards workforce uplift. Now, we know that policies do not keep children safe, people do. So what I would like to bring to the discussion today is a very strong focus on workforce and workforce development and what is needed across our system to ensure that we have highly skilled, stable, impactful, and most importantly, a sustainable workforce. And a workforce that knows how to enact quality, to support inclusive practice, and of course, to really prioritise safety. So let me be clear. I want to say that the quality of our system hinges on the quality of our workforce. And our approach to workforce development, and what I'd really like to discuss today, is how we can look at that from a system. We need to focus on the quality of initial teacher education, both in terms of the vet system and the higher education system. We need to be looking very deeply at workplace conditions and provider behaviours and what is needed within that system to support quality uplift. We need a much stronger focus on what are the factors that impact workforce stability. And that's things like workforce wellbeing. It includes things like professional status, the quality of our professional learning and how we regulate that, as well as pay that really reflects the very complex, cognitively demanding and emotionally taxing role that early childhood educators and teachers are required to do. And of course, we need regulatory systems that are well funded, but also a regulatory workforce that is well trained and that they understand the complexities of the system.
Thank you. Professor Wong.
Knowing Catherine as long as I have, I shouldn't be surprised that what I'm going to say is pretty close to what Catherine said. Thank you for allowing us to speak at this hearing. It does come at a time when educators in our sector are under the pump and have been, we've all been terribly troubled by the reports of child abuse that we've heard. But what I'd like to say is that we do have a robust national quality framework that is the envy of many countries. The problem is that the national quality framework is trying to regulate quality over a chaotic, ever-expanding, fragmented, underfunded, market-driven system that frequently pitches cost and profit against what's best for children. We should be very clear that we actually need a system that places children at the centre. We know what supports children's learning, development and well-being, and we recognise the holistic needs of children in the early years. In terms of early childhood, we need an early childhood system that provides children with access to places and resources, and especially the people that and who support their well-being, learning and development. In regard to the people, that's our early childhood workforce, but also allied health, social workers and so on. For our early childhood workforce, we have to do 4 things. We have to attract the right people into the sector, and that does mean better safeguards against those who would come into our profession for the wrong reasons. It means providing initial teacher education and educators with the training and the education that adequately prepares them for the work that they're doing. And as Catherine said, it is complex, demanding work. We need to sustain educators in their work. We need to do that by providing the conditions such as ratios, time for professional reflection, planning and preparing children's learning, professional supervision, skilled leadership, and ongoing professional learning that broadens and deepens and refreshes their understanding as they progress through their profession. And it means recognising and rewarding educators in ways that's commensurate with the highly skilled, complex work that they do. Madam Chair, we don't just need a well-functioning national quality framework. There's no magic bullet to keeping children safe and providing them with the high-quality early childhood education care to which they have a right and which supports their learning, development and well-being. We need systems reform that places the best interests of children at the centre. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting to us how our presentations, these brief presentations, are building different facets of what we're speaking about. UNE's submission was confined to point B of the terms of reference and specifically addressed the quality of early childhood education and care services and the educational and developmental outcomes for children attending these services. In this brief comment, I'd like to first ask you to bear with me as we take 2 steps back. In 2023, Australia was ranked 28th in the Stanford Global AI Vibrancy Ranking, a field that was led by the US and China. If we take 1 step forward, closer to the focus today, artificial intelligence has been prevalent for 50 years or longer, but in the last 2 years or so, the accessibility of Gen AI has been a game changer. And bear with me still, we're honing in even closer. User interfaces are changing. In China, children are using voice prompts to engage with Gen AI in preschool classrooms. So if you bear in mind that in Australia as well, some children are using conversational AI tools such as Alexa or Siri or voice-prompted robotic toys in the home environments, this isn't as great a leap as it seems. But at the same time, STEM careers are expanding, both driven by and in response to rapidly changing technology in all sectors, from education to health to mining to aeronautics. So, stepping forward to the focus this afternoon, without doubt, children's well-being, their health and safety are threshold conditions for learning. That's absolutely critical. That's the platform on which we're basing our discussion. Much has been achieved by the New South Wales Government in lifting quality since the introduction of the Early Years Learning Framework. But research has also demonstrated that at a population level, child outcomes have remained surprisingly consistent from 2009 to 2021, despite these gains in quality. My colleague Sally Larson is well positioned to address this point. 2024 AETC data have not shown an improvement in child outcomes. So where does this leave us? Our position in our submission is that early childhood teachers need more support to notice and facilitate high-quality learning through play. As a sector, early childhood education and care needs stronger support for a pipeline of future educators and teachers to meet current and future demands, and this aligns with recommendation 3.1 from the Productivity Commission report. One strategy to meet these needs may be a review of the National Quality Framework. Again, this aligns with the recommendation 8.2 of the Productivity Commission report. At the moment, we're seeing a proliferation of curriculum resources intended to buttress the Early Years Learning Framework, from the AERO Early Childhood Learning Trajectories to the ACR Preschool Outcomes Measure. Resources are being developed in South Australia, in Victoria, in Queensland, and Good Start have their own resources. So a review of the National Quality Framework may lead to the inclusion of clearer progressions for children's learning and development in the EYLF, in the Early Years Learning Framework. This would better support teachers to facilitate learning through play and streamline the number of curriculum documents for a sector that is already under a lot of pressure. More specific course accreditation requirements by a CEQA could ensure that initial teacher education courses address the areas of learning and development identified by research to smooth transitions to school and equip all children for a world that is rapidly evolving. This would address variable and at times inequitable access to learning. Finally, similar to recommendation 17 of the South Australia Royal Commission into Early Childhood, collaboration between the field, researchers and teacher educators is needed to identify and provide access to professional learning for educators and teachers on early childhood development, curriculum and pedagogy. So thank you. We also appreciate the opportunity to meet with the Parliamentary Committee this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'll just start with a couple of opening questions and I'll throw to my colleagues. As part of the requirements for a degree, a teaching degree, is my understanding that there's a placement aspect there. Given that around 1 in 5 of all early learning centres in New South Wales are either not yet rated or are rated as not meeting the National Quality Framework standards, should we be placing students in those centres that aren't meeting standards?
I'll say the short answer is no, we should not. And in fact, that is a policy for us at the University of Wollongong. Needs to be a minimum of meeting. Our preferred is exceeding. That can be quite challenging. As part of our degree, we have a particular focus on one of our degrees is around upskilling educators who have diploma qualifications who are in regional, rural, remote areas. So many of those services in those areas aren't exceeding, but there is a meeting requirement, and also the fact that that placement will be supervised by an early childhood teacher. Again, sometimes that can be challenging because of waivers in remote areas, and so what we do is we make sure that there is remote supervision of a qualified early childhood teacher. So we have very, very clear guidelines of what that practicum experience looks like for our students.
Thank you. Is it the similar...
I'll just take the short answer and say no.
Yeah.
And follow up with Catherine. It's absolutely essential that that initial teacher educators are placed in services that are at least meeting national quality standards and that have a qualified teacher as their supervisor.
Is that a policy at Macquarie?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
And Uni, our answer is again the same as Catherine's and my colleague Sandy's. Precisely the same requirement.
So that's not the policy of all the universities that are teaching early childhood teachers, unfortunately, and we know from the work that Adele Ferguson was doing at ABC that the Charles Sturt course was placing students with underperforming centres.
Sorry, Madam Chair, do you mean Charles Sturt? Or
do I mean Charles Sturt? I don't think I do.
Do you mean Southern Cross?
I mean Southern Cross. I've mixed up my S and my C. Thank you very much. I don't want to misspeak. You are absolutely right. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you for picking me up. The other thing that they found there was the 6-month-long course. What is your view of that sort of short course idea?
Do you want to jump in first?
You go first. Let me just gather my thoughts.
Madam Chair, I think there's some real concerns around what the quality of initial teacher education looks like, and I will say the initial teacher education context is plagued by the same kind of challenges that we are seeing in the provider world within early child education and care, and equally where we've seen a mixed market approach to the delivery of early child education and care, we're seeing the same happen within the initial teacher education. And certainly some of the funding models that sit at a university or provide training context means that quality is not always prioritised in some of the decision making that is made across some of those institutions. So as a result, there is competition for students, which often means that for some in the sector, the prioritisation is to get the qualification rather than the skills and knowledge and dispositions that we know will make a big difference for the children and the families that they're working with. And give you some context around the emergence of some of our fast-tracked qualifications, it really has come from a good place because it came in response to the shortage of early childhood teachers that we see across New South Wales, nationally as well, but across New South Wales. At the time, a number of years ago, when Honourable Sarah Mitchell was our Minister for Education at the time, the Department of Education actually put a tender to actually develop an intensive degree. We partnered, the University of Wollongong partnered with the Department of Education at the time. We also partnered with the sector to develop a comprehensive, high quality, intensive, not fast track degree to upskill those from a diploma to degree status. Other universities have since come on board, and the prioritisation for some of those courses have very much been around getting the piece of paper quickly rather than improving the quality. I think we need to examine this more deeply. I think we need to be looking at different approaches to the upskilling of our workforce. I think by looking at this, it presents a real opportunity for innovation and creativity. I also think it poses a significant risk. And our biggest risk is that we prioritise the expediency of a qualification over the quality of the delivery and the content. And in fact, in many of these degrees, we are setting those graduates up for absolute failure. And we're putting them to a system where it does not only impact on them and the children and families that they work with, but it's actually impacting on the workforce that is wrapping around them as well.
So when you say intensive, how long is that degree though?
Our degree?
Yeah.
So our degree it's a 4-year qualification. So anyone who comes into our degree with a diploma gets the equivalent of 1 year credit. Then they have to complete 6 semesters.
Okay.
In our standard model, you do the 6 semesters over 3 years. In our accelerated or intensive model, you do those 6 semesters over 2 years, so you don't get summer off. The content is exactly the same,
but it's not
regardless.
a 6 months. It's not a
no. It's a 6 semester over 2 years as opposed to 6 months with 4 subjects. It's quite different, and I think that's important that we don't position all intensive or accelerated degrees in the same way. That we really interrogate the quality, what is happening, how are they designed, what are the wraparound structures, and how we actually support the educators and work with the workplace and the sector to make sure that it's really successful. So I would argue the need for alternate, non-traditional ways of workforce investment without compromising quality, and really thinking from an evidence-based perspective what aspects of content and curriculum are needed in order to make sure that we are producing highly effective graduates that can shift the trajectories of children and really make an impact on our society.
Do you think it's possible to go from a standing start, so someone who has had no experience at all in early childhood, to then do a 6-month degree and come out qualified?
Not at all. Even moving into our co-designed accelerated degree, you have to have been working minimum 2 years in the sector and have a diploma. And in fact, many of our enrolled educators have been working in the sector for 20 years and are coming back for the first time, because for the first time there are pathways open to them to upskill where previously there's been real barriers for them to be able to do that. 6 months without any background, you actually can't cover the content that you need to be able to be an effective pedagogue.
Thank you. Can I just ask the other panel and then I'll come to you, Mrs. Mitchell. Professor Wong.
I think we have to think about this in the larger context of teacher shortage and the demand for early childhood teachers, which has led to these highly accelerated, shortened courses, and also university fiscal challenges. So we've got imperatives from the university to increase numbers. I think this 6-month course, and my understanding is that people coming into this course have all got a degree in a different sector and then they are getting a diploma in early childhood in 6 months. I actually think that's an insult to my profession. My degree was a 4-year degree. Most of my teacher colleagues would be a 3 or 4 year degree. So to be told that somebody could come into our profession, as you say, from a standing start and get an equivalent degree in 6 months is frankly insulting. There are multiple pathways into early childhood. We have the Cert 3 going up to the diploma, going into the degree, and I think that's a very different pathway to somebody coming from accounting or equerry or engineering and getting a degree in early childhood. I'm also very concerned about the degrees and the idea of equivalence from our primary and secondary qualified colleagues who have degrees in those sectors, who, if they get a certificate 3, and you've heard what
covered, what's covered in a Certificate 3. It's very competency-based, that they have an equivalent degree. It's just frankly insulting. The challenge is that we have very little evidence around what should be in a degree, what contributes to teacher quality. We have beliefs, we have understandings, we have stakeholder ideas and understandings, but in terms of direct evidence from what type of degree, how long it should be, what the content should be, how many practicum place days lead to the highest quality teacher, we actually don't have that evidence, and that's what we're trying to gather.
Thank you. And UNE.
Thank you. The data issue is a thorny one for us, because absolutely we need more data to inform best practice and decisions in the space. It's perhaps appropriate to mention now that there's a group of about 10 universities providing initial teacher education to who are grouping together to develop, trial and refine a teaching professional assessment, which is similar to the process that is undertaken by school teachers, as one way to address this need for more consistent assessment of teaching quality for graduates. And that, we believe, may help to build more faith in the sector as well. But certainly in terms of a 6-month course, I'm sure you will understand from my perspective, where I'm wanting more content in teacher qualification, it would be unachievable in 6 months. But perhaps I'll defer to my colleague Dr. Larson to speak to the teaching professional assessment, because she's been involved with it in the school space.
Yes, so for school teachers, all teachers now have to do a teaching performance assessment to be accredited, and so rolling that out into the early childhood teaching space is part of this project, with the goal really of coming up with a more standard quality assessment of initial early childhood teachers. So that's just in the very initial stages of development.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here with these submissions and the very important and valued work that you all do, and some of you I know and have met in my previous role. I just wanted to ask specifically to you, Professor Wong, I was really interested in your submission where, and it's sort of along the lines of what we're talking about in terms of the need for high quality courses and quality educators, and obviously the impact that has on children. And you talked about some of the concerns around some of the private vocational training institutions coming to your university wanting help with their courses, and also the issue around international students being targeted and maybe then not potentially reporting problematic behaviour because of the linking with their visas, which I just thought was interesting. We haven't really explored that yet. We did talk about the high turnover of staff yesterday, but yeah, could you just elaborate a little bit more on that, and I'm happy for others if they have got views on that as well.
We do have grave concern about the burgeoning market, and it is a market in, as Catherine was saying, that the not-for-profit is coming into our RTOs now. And when profit is the driver, that does lead to nefarious behaviour. So we do have grave concerns about what is being required. And it is true that in some of these RTO colleges, the people working in them are previous PhD students of ours, colleagues of ours who, because of the shortage of funds in our own institution, go and work in those institutions. They are neophyte researchers at best. Their own knowledge, understanding of the sector may be limited, and we know this. They were our PhD students in some cases. And so the quality of what they're teaching we're really concerned about. And on top of that, they tell us about the conditions under which they are working, and really troubling issues around, particularly in some of these colleges, nearly all of the students are from overseas and have overseas qualifications. in other fields, and they are being marketed as a pathway into visa, and consequently they're coming with English as a second language. They're coming with different understandings and beliefs about children, education, families, that need to be encultured in our own context. They are then being put in positions in children's services. If they get their teaching degree, they could be leading those services. And they're also subject to the same conditions under which educators that have had their qualifications in Australia, who have families here perhaps, that have burnt out. And we're putting these educators into that same context with limited support, if any. There's very little mentoring, very little support, lack of family, and we know that there's high levels of bullying. So not only are these newly graduated teachers in new contexts with lack of support, and facing all the same challenges that our own burnt out workforce face, and more on top of it.
Yeah.
I've forgotten what the second question was.
No. I guess how do we sort of regulate that better? I guess that you're trying to pick up those people
in terms of their visas.
Yeah. Because that's concerning, but I have no doubt it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's potential to really think around how the accreditation of initial teacher education, both in terms of, I think ASEQA has a really important role, but also TEXA, and so looking at the tertiary quality standards. And so I would argue that we actually need to have a much closer examination of who is delivering. It's not just what you're delivering, but who is delivering it. We need much stronger checks and accountability. So looking at performance reports, like looking at the career trajectories and employment pathways of graduates. Where does that go? What does the sustainability look like? Have some kind of structural accountability. So looking at cohort characteristics, looking at attrition, performance characteristics, and things like supervision of prac. And I think like all of this quality costs. And I think there has been a lot of cutbacks at tertiary. That means that we are not engaging in the practices that we know are needed to kind of drive quality and improvement. And I would say all of my colleagues here and who aren't here are really prioritising quality, but we're also navigating the complexities of the mechanics of university funding and significant cutbacks. And that is a challenge. And many of us continue to advocate for what we believe as best practice in terms of training. I would say at some institutions perhaps that voice is not heard.
Can I, totally different topic, but just very quickly.
And then I'll go to Mr. Bian.
Just to Dr. Larson. Just at the beginning, talking about, well, not you specifically, but just the, I guess, almost disconnect between investment and wanting to have quality, and everyone in the sector, I think, having that vision that the higher quality early childhood education that can be provided for a child, the better trajectory, but also that some of the data in terms of developmental sort of progress isn't quite matching where we'd like to be. Did you just want to talk about that a little bit for us?
Yeah, of course. So we, as Carolyn mentioned, we were really addressing the second item here, so quality of ECEC services, linking that to educational and developmental outcomes for children attending. And from my perspective, there is a bit of a tension between these theoretical ideas, and Professor Wong referred to these just previously, and then how we actually practically and in an applied way evaluate. So we implement quality improvements. How do we then build into the system evaluation models that can then say, well, yes, we've implemented this change. We go 3 years down the track and we're seeing improvements in developmental outcomes for children. At the moment, there's some really good data collections in Australia, really high quality data collections. They are generally not linked up together. And so it's really quite difficult to do that evaluation work with what currently exists. But in terms of making changes, investing in changes and so on, I think it's really important to build in that evaluation piece, to think carefully through, you know, what are the outcomes we're interested in for children specifically, and we specifically have looked at the Australian Early Development Census, but maybe that particular data collection doesn't capture everything that we're interested in terms of preschool outcomes or outcomes for kids as they progress through school. So looking at the link there between what's needed in terms of the sector and improvements for centres and training of staff and retention of staff and all those parts, but then not forgetting that at the heart of it is the development of children and how can we capture that at a population level.
Yeah. No,
So
I agree with you. I think that's
So in schools we have NAPLAN as a good example of literacy and numeracy progress, and other countries internationally have some really good data collections at the end of the preschool years or in the kindergarten years. France is a good example that we were reading about recently. A national data collection in the early years, and that then can be linked back to, well, what's happening for those children prior to entering formal schooling.
and helping to identify, I guess, best practice and how you can then implement that more broadly. Anyway, no, I agree with you. I think that's an interesting area that probably needs more work. So, anyway, I'll let someone else chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam.
Thank you, Chair. Well, look, I wanted to ask perhaps a bit more of a sort of philosophical question. The previous witnesses spoke about the evolution of the sector from childcare to early education, and obviously we've seen the increasing corporatisation, the for-profit sector growing, and its influence. And I would argue perhaps that exercise a sort of a drag away from the focus on early education. And I wanted you to think, perhaps take this opportunity to imagine how we may shift I suppose the pathway of the sector away from that corporatised model, away from that for-profit model, to the sector being wholly focused on early education.
Who wants to take that first?
It's a big question, right? But we're going in the weeds, and I want to ask, is there a pathway out of where we're going? I can only see that the increasing influence of a for-profit model in this sector really just perhaps holding back the evolution of the sector towards what we as a society want it to be. And I wanted to sort of give you the opportunity to think, is there a pathway out? Or are we just on a track where really this corporatised model is just going to take us in a direction that we don't want to go?
I think we have to be very brave, and I do think we have to go down that track. At the moment, it's unhelpful to talk about a for-profit, not-for-profit divide, because we have very high quality for-profits and not so good quality not-for-profits. So there's not a clear divide that some people would like you to believe. However, philosophically, if we are charging children, charging families for and providing funding for a service, all of the funding should be going to the provision of that service, which would mean that not-for-profits wouldn't exist. And I do, look, we have some excellent, long-standing not-for-profit organisations that I'm sure, I don't want to speak for them, but I think if we could transition into the provision of some of the small for-profits towards a incorporation into some of these larger not-for-profits, that's a step forward. But it's a really vexed, very difficult pathway, because we're kind of stuck in it right now. I don't know. What do you think?
I think if we were to wind it back immediately, it would cause significant crises in terms of family access. And I am a very, very strong advocate for the educational role of early childhood education and care, but it actually plays a very important role to allow for workforce participation as well, and that is critical because that creates very strong social networks. I don't think it's a simple argument around for-profit or not-for-profit, but I do think that when profit prioritises and gazumps child outcomes, then we have issues. And so, like Sandy said, there are parts of the system that are very effective. And I think it's an interesting thing to think about because it's really important. Our system isn't broken, it's slightly bruised. And I think we really need to think about across New South Wales, there are some excellent examples of high quality provision, high quality teachers and educators, and innovative training that happens both in for-profit and not-for-profit. My strong encouragement around this inquiry is to find those, to look deeply at those case studies and develop a deep understanding of what are the levers for success, and then think about how do we scale that. And I think that is a much more meaningful discussion than the for-profit or not-for-profit.
I agree with what Catherine is saying. What I would like to say, though, we do have an example of when this happened. When ABC collapsed, we managed to transition those services into a not-for-profit organisation, which is Good Start Early Learning. So it's not unprecedented. It is possible, but it's a very problematic argument at the moment for the reasons that Catherine was explaining.
But that's an excellent example, and that is an organisation that absolutely holds children at their centre, and there is the prioritisation of child wellbeing and also child development outcomes, but it also has a strong focus. Good Start has a very strong focus on the family and the community in which children are embedded, and I think we need to also think about that as a key goal for early childhood education and care. And how do we look after children, but also the adults that care for children and the communities in which they're embedded.
And I think both of my colleagues make a very strong point there. And what we have spoken about in some of our work as well is distributed responsibility. So as we've said, this is a systemic focus that is needed so that we look at antenatal and postnatal care. We look at support for homes, the home learning environment, family practices. We look at early childhood education and care, and we look at collaborating with the early years of school, so that that will imply then that there are multiple stakeholders in the process that need to be involved in conversations. There isn't a quick fix. You know, this position that we're in at the moment has been coming for a long time. There isn't a quick fix. What we need is a really deep and careful consideration of where it's working, so that, as Catherine says, we can identify those levers and then upscale.
Thank you.
Emily, did you? No. I think I'll just check with Miss Murden.
Sorry, if I could just pick that up again, and I'd be keen to get whoever any sort of contribution on this. When I just have a look to the terms of reference, and when we look at the composition of the EC sector and the impact on government funding and the type and quality of services, in reference to particularly my colleague, the Honourable Anthony D'Adam, in terms of just in terms of the profit providers or the private providers on this, I'd be keen just to get sort of feedback or views just in terms of the cost in terms of accessing of the early childhood education sort of centres to families. I mean, I've had reports of, you know, the fees and the costs. There is a great range of it. I mean, some of those private providers are $270, $280 a day per child for long day care, where versus sort of the not-for-profit community sector are offering a lower fee structure. I'm wondering whether there'd be anything further you might have picked up in that space.
I could certainly talk about, and you brought Good Start into the room, and I can certainly, from a New South Wales perspective, we have Gowrie, SDN, KU, Big Fat Smile. all of those organisations have at their absolute goal the inclusion of every single child. When that becomes your driver, you make sure that it is affordable and accessible. That is not the driver of organisations and services who are charging $250 a day. The driver is profit. And so when we think about the motivation behind what we're trying to do, and I know there is an overrepresentation in the not-for-profit organisations around the inclusion of children who have complex needs, and again that is because the prioritisation is making sure that children who come from socioeconomically vulnerable backgrounds who can't afford services, there is a pathway for them.
Can I just add, there's an interesting contrast to be made here with early childhood and the school system. So our schooling system does have a 3-sector model, and all 3 sectors are government funded by different levels of government. But there is kind of a sliding scale whereby, say, independent schools, where parents have a greater capacity to contribute, there is lower funding provided to those schools depending on that socioeconomic background of families. And it's interesting to contrast that with early childhood, which just seems to have gone a different track by enabling private providers into kind of a marketplace. So schools in Australia are not for-profit, with the exception of one. There's one for-profit school in Australia that I'm aware of. But early childhood has ended up with this 2-tier kind of model whereby you've got community-based centres and not-for-profit systems, and then those for-profit providers. So it's possible to have a schooling system or an early childhood system where you've got these different types of providers in the mix. They're all provided with government funding to different extents, but there are kind of checks and balances on where the money goes to whom, and with a goal of enabling some equity there. So the ultimate goal thereby to allow every child the capacity to attend school and to be provided with the resources that they need to make good progress, and that whether or not that works in every instance is an open debate. But thinking about how those two systems work and how some aspects of the schooling system might be a better way of conceptualising how government funding can be used to support early childhood is one possible avenue of future sort of thought about the system itself.
Thank you.
We have had a couple of inquiries into funding from the ACCC and the PCC, so they are probably the best place to look at funding models and so on. But if I can just go back to my first point, we need to put children at the centre of this. We know what children need, what they require, and we know that in those early years it's holistic. It's the children within their family, it's health, social welfare, a whole package. And that costs money, those wraparound services. Early childhood education and care that meets the needs of all children is expensive, and it needs to be funded appropriately.
Unfortunately, we have run over time, actually. Thank you so much for making yourselves available today. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there are supplementary questions coming, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes our time with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're sorted. I now welcome our final witnesses for today. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Craig Bennett, I'm the General Manager of Policy and Regulatory Systems at the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority, and I'll just take my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Gabrielle Sinclair and I'm the CEO of ASIQA, and I'm going to take an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
I know that the committee has already got our submission, Madam Chair, and I know this time is important, but can I just say we very much appreciate being asked to come here today, and we are, the board and all of the staff are very dedicated to the interests of children, and I think yesterday a witness referred to us as the national authority and they said we were an advocate for children, and I would say that was beautifully put. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot of evidence about the national framework and the regulations not necessarily being at issue here. There seemed to be a lot of criticism of the actual framework itself, but rather the focus seems to be on the implementation and the monitoring and making sure that people are actually doing what they're required to do. One of the criticisms has been around the frequency of ratings being given, and so I know that here in New South Wales we were looking at some centres having 4 years between being rated, and we've also seen a lot of disconnect between the ratings and compliance action being taken. So you have sort of one part of the New South Wales regulator going and looking into things and issuing, breach notices and everything else, but the rating has stayed the same, unchanged. 2 questions for you, I guess. Is that ideal from your perspective? Are you looking to try and change that to make it so that we have to do those ratings quicker? But also, is New South Wales different to the other states and jurisdictions? Are we roughly the same? I'd love to hear your insights on how we do.
And thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair. I think it's really important for us to sort of clear up some misunderstandings and even some myths about the National Quality Framework, and particularly about the role of all the different players. So ASIQA does not set the standards, and we don't set the law, and we don't set the regulation. We are owned by the 9 governments of Australia. We report to the 9 governments in Australia about how quality is progressing. We have a statutory function to release the ratings, which we do. We develop and release a quarterly report about how the ratings are progressing. And our other statutory function is that we train authorised officers nationally on how to undertake reliable and consistent assessment and rating. So on that score, we are on a continuous quality feedback loop to governments and to all 9 governments, but also to families. Yesterday, someone mentioned Starting Blocks was a Commonwealth website. It's actually ASIQA's website that we developed back in 2015 to keep families well informed. When we are talking about, and a number of your witnesses over yesterday and today, they have spoken about the high growth in early childhood education and care, and we see that and we report on that huge growth, and we've seen it over the last 13 years, and we continue to see it because families need early childhood education and care for many reasons. When you have a system that is growing aggressively, and then you have regulatory authorities and the 8 regulatory authorities trying to keep up with that. I think a number of your witnesses have said the system gets out of alignment. And I think that that's really a key question for the committee is how does governments, 9 governments, including the Commonwealth, how do they keep up with the huge growth and the demand? And also, you have mentioned a number of times about the regions and the communities that don't have any services. And how are we going to enable services to be delivered to those families, and they should have these services and the children should have these services, but also being able to regulate them in a way that families can feel trust again in the system. But I'm not sure if Craig would like to.
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Gabrielle, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add a couple of things. Yeah, it becomes a slightly difficult question around, frequency of assessment rating, because as you'd be aware, you start getting into questions of resourcing that we're not in control of. They become individual decisions for the independent regulators across all states and territories, not just New South Wales. As a broad comment, sort of, you asked about, are they sort of broadly, is New South Wales broadly in alignment with that time between? Broadly, yes, and there is, like, what the role that a CEQA has here is bringing together regulators around, like, what is best practice regulatory approach, what is a risk-based approach to ensure that, all regulators are taking that approach, that where there is the greatest risk. So working towards services are typically, I'll always say that, going to be visited more frequently than a meeting service and then an exceeding service. Our role in that, particularly as a CEQA, is to provide the tools and resources and data and information to inform that. Operational reform, are there things that can be done in a more agile way? For example, a couple of years ago, moved sort of nationally consistent, moving in a nationally consistent way to do things like partial reassessment, so to be more agile when there is a clear sort of, area of the standard that has been working towards, and the regulator can deploy their resources in a more agile way to get there. But then, just to go lastly to your point about that potential, that disconnect, we are very conscious of that particular thing around the sort of, compliance information and quality rating information too, because the quality rating is only one part of the story. As we know, there's nearly 4 times as many visits to services happen for sort of compliance monitoring purposes outside of the quality rating as part of. So, and we want to be part of that. So, for example, from next month, the CEQA will be publishing more information about sort of conditions that will be on, that might be on a service alongside their quality rating, to give that information to families. So, very conscious of that information, sort of, that could be that disconnect that you refer to.
Also, and again, this is partly a product of the growth of the sector happening really quickly, but if you're looking at almost 1 in 10 centres not even having had a rating yet, and a lot of them it's 2 years before they are rated, I don't think that was the intention of the system. Again, how does New South Wales compare to others? Do you keep data about that, and does it concern you that it's taking so long to even rate?
It's a great question. And I was hoping you'd ask me that, because there's a lot of misunderstanding about this. And can I just take one step back? There is a misunderstanding about the quality rating and minimum standards. So the minimum standards are in the national law and regulations, and they must be met. So we're talking about the physical environment, we're talking about ratios of staff to children, we're talking about the number of children, we're talking about qualifications. Those minimum standards are not negotiable. So an approved provider is not allowed to operate until they meet those minimum safety standards. And those standards, and I know that I think Catherine mentioned today, the internationally recognised around the world that Australia has those non-negotiable minimum standards for children's safety, health and well-being. Then on top of that, unlike the school sector or the university sector, we also have what is called the National Quality Standard. And that standard is not the minimum standard, it is on top of minimum standard. And there's 40 elements to those 7 standards. And they talk about the things like quality area 1 is program and practice. So the quality of the program and how the service is making sure that each child's needs are met, that their interests, there's the quality standard about the relationship with families, etc. So those are on top of the minimum standards. And when a service has been approved to operate by a regulatory authority, that regulatory authority typically gives them between 12 and 18 months to establish their program and practice, to get to know the families, to make sure that they understand, the staffing arrangements, making sure that they do all those things before they will come and assess and rate them. So there will never be a time where you'll get 100% of services around Australia that have been assessed and rated. There'll always be that period where they're giving them, it's called provisional rating, that they give them time to be able to establish those relationships with families, etc., before they will come and assess and rate them.
So if there's an unrated service, so taking that into account, obviously we still want them to be complying. How do we ensure that they are complying with the minimum standards in that period of time if we're not actively going out?
And that's another one that we're clearing up, because as Craig said, in our starting blocks, we're also giving information about families that even though that service may have been provisionally rated, or they last time they were assessed and rated was 2 years ago, four times more many visits are made to that service, and there are about 14 reasons why a regulatory authority would go in and visit. And so they could go in to do a spot check, they could go in to make sure that the approved provider is undertaking compliance.
Yeah.
They can go in to follow up if they receive a complaint.
The reality, though, is that they're not regularly going in. Like what we have here in New South Wales is a system of a complaint is made and that's when someone goes out. There are some spot checks, there are some announced spot checks, but until I think in the last year there was a sort of a renewed focus of trying to get them out there at least once a year. What assurance does a family have that the regulator has? I mean, the family can't see when did the regulator last come and see my centre. That information's not included on SICWA's website. So how would you know, I guess, if you're going to work out where to put your child and you go to the SICWA website and you see no rating, what then?
So we're putting more information on the starting blocks, and we do, every 2 years we do surveys with our parents, with all parents. And we have focus groups with parents to talk about what information do you need. So since 2015, we are responding to parents' feedback about what they'd like to see. And so we have put in, videos where we've interviewed parents so that we know that parents listen to other parents. And so we are talking about what they should be asking for, and they should be able to say to their educator, when was the last time that the regulatory authority visited? But we're also putting that into starting blocks now, so that they can, at any time, they can go and check and say, when was the last time that, because previous to that we used to say, this was the last time it was assessed and rated. Now we're acknowledging that parents want confidence that someone's watching the service. And so now we're putting in, when was the last time the regulatory authority came to visit the service? So that it gives them better information.
On the latest data that you've published, you said before about how these minimum standards are non-negotiable, but we have 16.5% of long day care in New South Wales that has a current staffing waiver, so they don't have as many staff as they should have. And we've heard a lot of practical information today and yesterday around how those ratios are really not sufficient anyway, because you've got this under the roof concept, you've got a whole bunch of other things. But if we have 16.5% of our long day care compared to, say, 1.4% in Victoria, I know some, there's a variation here in between states and territories, but 16.5% of our long day care have a waiver in place, which is supposed to be only for exceptional circumstances, but 16.5% of them, they're not meeting standards, are they?
So there are two or three really major points that you've made, and I think one of them we have to call the elephant in the room, and that is the under the roof ratios. Now, there's no such thing as under the roof ratios, and so when we hear it, we go, oh no. There are a number of sections in the national law that, first of all, Regulation 13 talks about the ratios that need to be met. They're non-negotiable. We've got, I think it's Section 166 and 165 that talk about at all times an approved provider must ensure that children are appropriately supervised. And then we also have another section that talks about every child must be approved provider must ensure that children are kept from harm and hazards. So they all work as a cluster to say an appropriate ratios must be maintained. When people talk about under the ratios, and I had to ask Craig, what do they mean by under the roof? It's a language that is foreign to us, and we work out that it's because we have services that do family clusters. So instead of having the baby's room separate from the toddler's room, etc., they will have the younger brother and the older sister in the same group, and they still must meet the ratios. The ratios for the younger child still must be met. But I think there's a lot of confusion, obviously, in the sector when they think that's interpreted as long as you're under the roof, you're meeting the ratio, and that's not true.
So we're talking about the providers who are talking about under the roof. So
that's right.
But they're not talking about families. They're talking about, for example, and I read a lot about this in the documents we've received from our regulator, where you've got a centre has cut costs by getting rid of the cleaners. And so you've got educators who ordinarily would be counted towards ratios, still being counted towards ratios, but they're over there cleaning up. We know that that's not permitted, but there is a huge difference between what is permitted and what is going on in these centres. The question really about that quite shocking degree of staffing waivers is, as a parent, how do you know? I know that they're supposed to tell you, but if you go onto the CEQA website, because we can't rely on these providers to necessarily do the right thing, will it tell me on the CEQA website how many staffing waivers they've got, whether they've got waivers from the space requirements, all of those sorts of things? Is that accessible for a parent to see?
We are working with the 9 governments to talk about what sort of information should parents know. And, at the moment, CEQA has the authority to release certain information on starting blocks, and we're working with 9 governments to increase that authority to put more, like, for example, all the conditions. But, you made a good point. Should we also put in there about, if they have a waiver? Because, as you said, and you're quite right, waivers were supposed to be temporary, very temporary. And the work that we've been doing, because we do a national oversight of all of the states and territories. When we had a look at it a couple of years ago, we found that most of the waivers were about an ECT. They weren't about the number of staff, but it was about the fact that they couldn't get an ECT. And, certainly a number of your witnesses have talked about the impact of COVID and how that's really exacerbated the problem. And then, of course, you've got a shortage of teachers in schools. And so that's also, a terrible problem. And then you've got a worldwide shortage of early childhood teachers anyway. And when we looked at it, we saw that the vast majority of those waivers were about the ECT. And then we looked at how long should you get a waiver for. And we're working with the 9 governments now saying we want to do another look at the ratios, and we want to be very clear to make sure that approved providers don't use that under the roof to be able to get away with not having proper supervision and proper care of children.
So I guess just coming back to this seems to be a bit of a gulf between what the rules say and what's happening in practice, and and how we sort of provide better information to parents for them to actually understand. Looking through the documents that I've
received just in a 2-year period that we've been looking at, and I think we're now up to 130,000 or something pages, but we're still getting more coming through. The amount of times I have read, there was an incident where a child has escaped, run out onto a road, or a child has been bitten by another child, or a child has fallen off of something they weren't supposed to be on. There's an investigation, the CCTV gets looked at, and the regulator says, well, you were 10 educators short across the centre, you didn't have any ECTs, you were supposed to have 4, you didn't have any, you had a waiver for an ECT, but you still didn't even have the 3. It just keeps going, and it's time after time after time, ratio breach, and then they get given a compliance notice that says, you failed to protect children from a hazard or harm. There's no monetary penalty, there's no actual consequence, and that keeps happening, and yet a lot of those centres I'm reading about, they're rated as exceeding. So how do you, again, from a parent's perspective, from a carer's perspective, if you're looking at the ASIQA website and you see this service is exceeding, and it was, rated 2 years ago, but what we actually know, what the regulator knows, is that this is a centre operating without enough staff that has all of these compliance issues. How do we provide real transparency? It makes a bit of a mockery of the ratings. You can see why people are cranky about it, me particularly, but people are really sort of, how would you know what was happening in a centre?
So the information that we have, that we publish for parents, that information comes from the regulatory authorities. So we hold what is called the NQAITS, the National Quality Information System, and we use that information system to be able to write reports for government, provide more information for families, and there's an absolute, without a doubt, an assessment and rating is a point in time. And so, the regulatory authority, while they undertake the assessment and rating as a point in time, their majority of their work is to ensure that the approved providers are meeting their obligations and meeting the law, and making sure that the incidents are reported correctly and appropriately, and then looking at investigations and wondering and looking at why a serious incident happened. These are all the things that regulatory authorities are best to talk about how they do it, because that's regulatory authorities have to comply and to make sure that their job is really focused on making sure children are safe. And then, they put the information into the NQAITS, and we use that information to go back and to be transparent about what's happening.
Sorry, no, I'll just ask one more question, then I will go to Mr. Diadam online. I understand that your job is not to regulate that sort of micro sort of level, and that is the job of the regulators. And I also understand that information gets plugged into that national system. But what appears on a page to somebody who's trying to make a decision as to where to put their child is just that rating with very limited additional information. In that case, where you could have an exceeding service that actually has all of these breaches ongoing that just haven't been caught up yet into that rating, is that rating providing a false sense of assurance or security to families?
So that's one of the reasons that we're putting on the starting block the last time the assessment and rating took place. So, we want to make sure that parents can see, was this just done last week? Was it? And can I just say, early childhood, I was a teacher. Everything's fine until someone falls over and, or something happens. And so the decision about when to go back to do another assessment and rating is a decision made by a regulatory authority. And as Craig said, there is the ability under the National Quality Framework for regulatory authorities to go back and to do a partial assessment and to make sure that the things that they saw as being risky have been addressed. And, you know, I guess that the recent announcement by the Commonwealth Government that they're going to work more closely with regulatory authorities to remove funding from those services that have a history of this type of non-compliance and failing to protect children is going to be the big game changer. Because, you know, whether you're a for-profit or a not-for-profit, you don't want to lose your CCS. And so I think that, you know, working in tandem and sharing information is going to be the best assurance for families, that they know that both the Commonwealth and, you know, the states and territories are working very closely to actually remove those types of approved providers. And Madam Chair, can I just say, you know, I've been a teacher, I've been in early childhood for a long, long time. My previous role was Deputy Director General of Early Childhood in Queensland. And I know your witnesses have said it many times, the vast majority of approved providers, educators and teachers are doing a fantastic job. You know, and I really have to say that. It's these ones who failed, approved providers who fail to put children first and who fail to meet their obligations that should be removed.
Yes, but the problem is that no one knows which is which because there's not the information out there.
I think we're starting to see, and your witness this morning talked about, you know, better information sharing and being able, and that includes across borders for regulatory authorities and for governments. And we're doing more work with the Commonwealth and the regulatory authorities to make sure that that information is shared, and so we can start to see patterns, as you've quite rightly indicated, patterns of approved providers who are failing. And I think that's the game changer too.
I'll go to Mr. Diadam and then to Ms. Merton.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to clarify in my mind, so is your organisation part of the regulatory framework? Is it fair to say? Or is that, I mean, the way I see your role, it seems to be much more of a sort of consumer information service that's wholly dependent on information that's sourced from the regulatory authorities and the state and territory governments. Is that a fair assessment of the nature of the relationship?
So it's a very good question, thank you. We were set up as part of the National Quality Framework as an independent statutory body giving information to governments, to approved providers, educators, teachers and families about what does quality look like. We do have a couple of regulatory roles, regulatory functions. For example, we do the second tier reviews, which means that if a service receives a rating that they don't believe is justified, they have to go to the regulatory authority first for a review. If they're not satisfied with that, they come to us, and we have an independent panel that looks at that finding, and we either uphold the regulatory authority's rating, or we can overthrow, or the panel can say no, that's not an appropriate rating for this service. We also have a regulatory function to train authorised officers on assessment and rating, and we also have a statutory authority to release the ratings and to do reports on ratings, and we also have a statutory function to give information to families and with regulatory authorities about, you know, what does quality look like. And we also have another function that talks about the fact that we report to the 9 ministers, education ministers, about how the quality framework is progressing. So just recently we were asked by the 9 governments to do a review of the approved learning frameworks and keeping them up to date. And back in 2023, the 9 ministers asked us to do a review of child safety under the National Quality Framework, and we wrote a very comprehensive report with 16 recommendations. We also, a number of years ago, did a co-development with all of the sector to write the National Workforce Strategy with the 21 actions that are being progressively rolled out. So we have we're an independent authority, but we also have certain regulatory functions.
So you talked about the secondary review. That seems to be the primary kind of mechanism in terms of quality control. But is it fair to say that the different jurisdictions, the different regulators in the jurisdictions might have varying degrees or inconsistent ways of applying the framework? Is there some obligation on each of the regulatory authorities to apply the framework in a consistent way across the Commonwealth?
So they all have to act according to the national law and regulations, but each jurisdiction, the minister of the day may have a priority. For example, tragically, there was a death of a child in a bus a couple of years ago, and that particular jurisdiction, for quite a long period of time, the regulatory authority did checks on every service in that jurisdiction to make sure that that would never happen again. And with their findings, they were able to share that with all the other regulatory authorities, and that became a national change. So New South Wales over the years have done quite a number of substantial, priority reviews with their regulatory authority, and the information from that regulatory authority was shared with us and shared with the whole nation, and that saw an uplift. The objective number 3 of the national law is that there's a continuous quality improvement, and that's absolutely what we're going to do with this inquiry, is to look at all the findings that you have and your recommendations to uplift the whole nation. Sorry, did that answer your question?
To some extent. So I suppose you mentioned earlier in your evidence that there are minimum standards that are not negotiable. And then I'm assuming the quality framework sits on top of that. And obviously we've seen evidence that different regulators allow different operators to continue to work towards rather than meeting or exceeding. So I suppose my question really relates to, is there variance within the jurisdictions between how tolerant, how long a service might be allowed to work towards rather than meet or exceed? You know, does Tasmania apply a different standard in terms of how long it's prepared to allow a service to continue in that state versus Western Australia? Like, is there differences between the jurisdictions that you can observe?
Say that observed.
Is that a difficult question for you to answer?
No. I mean,
no.
it does. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the
It's
stuff
a
you'll
good
see
question.
us talk about is, like, how does the framework work? And then you need to then discuss with the regulator the practicalities. But what I was saying before, like, we do have, like, so we work very closely with the regulators. So the heads of all the regulators, we convene forums with them and detailed working groups around operational practice, because there is this commitment to national consistency. It is a national system. The providers, some of the providers that operate here in New South Wales have services across the country. So there are many, the level of quality needs to be the same for every child across Australia. So we will work with regulators around that. But in terms of, like, what I was mentioning earlier, there is that sort of risk-based approach. There is I couldn't tell you, New South Wales does have the discretion, for example, to take an approach to how it might want to how frequently it would rate a working towards service. There's general national agreement. We have a risk-based approach. We will go, but that will then, everything is case by case. We have data, ASEQA provides a lot of the data and tools, which they will look at. There could be new information coming in that prompts needing to go back out and visit a service because of a particular breach or a type of complaint that's come in. So they have that flexibility to do that. But what I can say nationally is this sort of broad risk-based approach, and that means, working towards would be typically more frequently than, say, meeting, than exceeding. But as Gabrielle has mentioned, I mean, the ratings are just but one element of that as well. So there is flexibility for the jurisdictions to move around that.
And also
the assessment frequency, was that? So that's discretionary. How frequent a service gets rated. Was there ever a discussion in this establishment of the system architecture to mandate a frequency? And if so, why wasn't that option taken up?
So you may have remembered that back in 2012 when the National Quality Framework was agreed, and so that meant that all 9 governments had to forego their state-based or their Commonwealth-based regulation of early childhood to create the National Quality Framework. And at the time there was what was called the National Agreement for the NQA, which meant the National Partnership, where the Commonwealth to get all the states and territories to agree to move to forego their state-based regulatory and compliance schemes to enter into the national scheme. There was at the time talk about an aspirational target of every service being assessed and rated every 3 years. Now, that aspirational target, even though all of the states and territories tried their best, compliance and checking on complaints and spot checks and those types of visits gazumped the assessment and rating. So that aspirational target was never mandated, but it was certainly aspirational.
Do you measure it?
Sorry?
It was an aspirational target. Obviously, it's not binding. Do you measure across the jurisdictions the frequency of rating of services?
You do. You can see right now on our website when a service was rating and then its previous rating. So yeah, we absolutely.
And is there interjurisdictional comparisons? Do you provide that level of analysis?
You can. We made it interactive, so that if you're an approved provider, you're the regulatory authority, you're a government, you're a family, you can go in and you can dig down to all sorts of levels of information. But we do provide that. We call it the quarterly snapshot.
My question then would be, where does New South Wales sit vis-a-vis the other states in terms of rating frequency?
I think it's pretty typical.
Yeah.
It's pretty typical, but I'd prefer to take that on notice and give you that specifically.
Yeah.
Because of course New South Wales, and Madam Chair, you've mentioned it, New South Wales is the biggest jurisdiction. New South Wales has the most services, followed by Victoria and then Queensland.
It's almost like we should be resourced for the amount that we have. Ms. Merton.
Thank you both very much for your time and input. I'm just making reference to a submission that was considered earlier today, and it's reporting child safety being the primary objective of the Education and Care Services national law, and it goes on to talk about systemic data indicates significant failures in New South Wales. Between 2020 and 2024, New South Wales long day care services, reported, 26,344 serious injuries. I appreciate this is in the New South Wales context, but I guess just in terms of where you may be able to contribute here, is that it reports that in 2023-2024 alone, New South Wales services reported 8,291 serious incidences and 19,515 compliance breaches, which is stated here as far exceeding other states. Just in terms of the sort of the state comparison, or where New South Wales sits within your national framework and responsibility, how would you respond to something like that?
So our responsibility is to look at the data and say, give that information to the public, and also to give it to governments, and to say, how can this be improved? So I'd like to table, and thank you for the question, Deputy Chair, because we did look at serious incidents, injury, trauma and illness. We do a national perspective as well as the state and territory perspective, and then we also put out information that goes to the regulatory authorities, to families and to approved providers about how to prevent those types of incidents. And of course we also, and it was in our submission, the information that we gather on behalf of 9 governments, we also provide that to the Productivity Commission for their ROGs. So would you like me to
Sure, no, that
Thank
would be
you.
helpful. But
Thanks so much.
I guess sort of the concern here is sort of that it's cited here that this is sort of the New South Wales reporting, and that it exceeding other states in terms of your national role. Would you have sort of evidence or insight as to how something like this would compare to the other states, or?
We can take that on notice and look at that. That information that I've just tabled gives a snapshot of that. I think it was 2023 period, but we can certainly go back and have a look again and give you more information.
Thank you. And issues relating to compliance and enforcement of standards. We've heard different case studies where it's not being met, and there reports to be no action or consequence to service providers. What would your comments be on that?
The regulatory authority, we don't. That is their decision, based on as you can imagine, many factors. I can't criticise a regulatory authority for what they did or what they didn't do because I wasn't there with them at the time. But I know that the regulatory tools that they have to be used, and it has to stand up to, I guess, public opinion about are they using it appropriately, and are they using it for the government of the day, and they're satisfied that they're using it appropriately.
And as the Australian authority, would you play any role in sort of the compliance or the monitoring or the enforcement of these standards? Would there be guidelines, or
we do?
Would you be giving that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, we do provide guidelines, and if you like to.
Yeah, a lot of that is a lot of what we do. It is, and that particularly goes to that national consistency question as well. So it's one thing to take the law and regulations, but actually unpack that for both the regulated, so the sector, to break that down so it's easily understood from the approved provider and educators, but the regulator as well. So there's a common interpretation and understanding, so there is some consistency. It's how it's done. So we have that sort of role, and then we have that role, as I said before, about providing the tools. We have the data, be able to provide tools around risk indicators to help regulators to make their decisions. But then that's where kind of our role stops. We report at an aggregate level, but we're not involved in, if an individual case comes up, that's certainly not the domain of ours. But we are there to provide the tools, the information, including also some of that training that Gabrielle referred to for authorised officers. So that's what our role is.
Would it be helpful for me to give you an example of our role? Because a number of years ago, and you'll all remember this, about family daycare were going through quite a lot of scrutiny because of fraudulent behaviour. And so as CEQA's role, we started to see a pattern of family daycare providers springing up, sometimes 6 or 7 within the same street. We raised that with all the regulatory authorities and the Commonwealth, and that led to the massive investigation and the closure of those fraudulent services. The same thing happened in 2017. We started to see, we were quite worried about the patterns that we saw of educators and teachers going into study and coming out of study, and we said there's going to be a workforce shortage. So again, we shared it with the 9 governments, and we said we think there's going to be a problem. And that's the type of work that we do. We are probably the canary in the cave, that we can start to see problems emerging, and we say, how can we have a solution that every child, no matter whether they live in New South Wales or they live in Queensland or Western Australia, how do we make sure that that problem is addressed as fast as possible in the most appropriate way? Because a number of your witnesses have talked about the regulatory authority sometimes has to be very cautious about not closing a service because it's the only service in town. And so, you know, they would rather, and I'm talking generally, not New South Wales, but generally regulatory authorities will try to do the most appropriate one to ensure that, you know, families are not left without a service tomorrow because they close them down. But having said that, they do close them down.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just want to understand, do you have difficulty obtaining data information from various different regulators across Australia or not?
No.
To supplement your work?
No. The information. So we hold the database, more than hold it. We develop it, maintain it. We are the interface with the providers and then the regulators. It's less about obtaining.
But you need information from the regulator as well, right?
Like information from regulators, yes. But then, yes. So we have the information we need for our functions. But there's it's not about, there's some things that we don't do, and just going back to the Chair's question earlier as well around what we publish, there's just some things we are limited in publishing. Like, so some of that compliance data you're talking about, like at the moment we literally don't have a function that would enable to publish that where states and territories do. So we don't have problems obtaining data from states and territories, no.
I just asked because the OCG indicated earlier today that they do have they do obtain information from the regulator, but they're in the process of setting up a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, which is ongoing for some reason, so they don't have that in place. Do you have that in place, or is it just a given that you're? We have
protocols in place around how information is shared.
Back in 2010,
yeah, absolutely. But we have quite broad information sharing provisions to make sure that we have access to what we need.
Can I just ask how many people work there?
At a CEQA?
Yep.
What's the current?
I think 135.
Oh wow!
And we're funded by the Australian government.
Fully funded by the Australian government?
We are.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be that large.
Well,
I'm not saying it shouldn't be, but it was just gives me an idea. Okay, and so are you aware of some of the plans? I mean, you may not have a view, but you're obviously aware of some of the suggestions, or certainly our Minister for Education recently announced on the back of the Wheeler. Have you read the Wheeler?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Is there any commentary that you're able to make on that, or on his findings? And I obviously probably heard the Minister has indicated that they want to set up an independent agency, for example. I don't actually have any information on what other states do, so I'm still in the process as a committee, and we will, throughout this inquiry, sort of assess what do other states do, whether they have independent regulators or are they also within various different departments. Some may be education, some might not be. Do you have any data on that you hold?
I can tell you from working with the regulatory authorities for many years. So Western Australia is independent from education because the regulatory authority sits in a different department. Mm-hmm. South Australia has an independent regulatory authority, independent from the education department. Mm-hmm. Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Northern Territory and Tasmania all have their regulatory authority within their Department of Education.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other states are considering or reviewing any changes to the way they conduct?
No, sorry, committee member.
Is there any feedback? How long has South Australia had an independent regulator? Do you know?
For quite a while.
Quite a while? Okay. Sorry, and I shouldn't put you on notice on that because I'm not expecting to have the answer, but I'm interested to know where the government's come from with this, because we're sort of at the start of this inquiry and they've made this announcement on the back of one report and not necessarily waited for our inquiry work to be completed in making that announcement. So, and no government person's here to object to me asking you this, so I have. So, so I think. Oh, you are there. Yes, yes. I shouldn't have said anything, Anthony. I apologise. You are there. You're always there, but luckily not in the building. So I guess. So, was there anything else that you could comment on that in regards to what the Wheeler report recommendations or concerns that they've raised in relation to the current regulatory process in New South Wales?
So I mentioned before, the report that we wrote for the 9 ministers, and they released it in 2023 on child safety. There were quite a number. We made 16 recommendations. A lot of them were talked about today and yesterday about things like an educator register, a one-stop shop for families and educators and teachers to make serious complaints.
Could you provide that for us as well, if it's okay?
Yes,
absolutely. Sorry, because we don't have it in your current submissions. It would be great to see that.
Absolutely. You know, it is still on our website. So there was a lot of things that were very similar to Mr. Wheeler's recommendations, but when he was talking specifically about New South Wales and an independent regulatory, that was not part of the terms of reference for our child safety.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Just a few additional. Just a few additional questions. So the first one is just in relation to the system that you run. So I forgot what it's called now. The AQAITS or the
National Quality Agenda IT system rolls off the tongue there.
Yeah, that one. When I was trying to get the documents out of our regulator, there was a bit of to and fro, and during that to and fro, there was a disclosure from the department saying that ASIQA was in the process of upgrading its system in order to more easily allow the extraction of data. But that was going to cost some time and just cost some money and take some time. Is that in train?
Yes, Chair. So the system is a database, so it's not a records keeping system. It is that interface between. So I think that's what they would have been referring to. It is absolutely correct. You can't just extract and everything comes out. So the New South Wales Department did engage a CEQA to support that by building some bespoke functionality to help them swiftly respond to that Standing Order 52. So that work is being finalised right now.
Good.
Yep.
The New South Wales regulator has its own risk rating for services, which is different to the ASIQA rating, and it has it sort of does its own analysis and has its own sort of records for that. Does that sit outside of your system? Do they log that information in anywhere, or is that just kept entirely outside?
It is functionality within our system that we've built. When I said earlier, Chair, about tools that we've built that are for regulators, it's a regulatory tool that looks at things like number of breaches, the quality rating, time since visit, provider type, those things to calculate, to give those sorts of risk scores. They are but one part of a tool. It doesn't spit out a magic number that says, well, we need to go and visit that service tomorrow, but it does give other information and intelligence to the regulator. So that is something that we've built with them behind the scenes.
So that risk score is based on sort of current information on what is happening in terms of how big the entity is, what it's, sort of how large it is, what its current breaches are like, how many centres it has currently that are under or over standard, etc., etc. That risk rating per centre would probably be pretty useful information for a parent or a carer working out where to put their child. I guess why do we have two separate rating systems? We've got this risk rating over here for the regulator, and then we've got, and that's kind of a up-to-date measure, and then we have this other standard that maybe once every 4 or 5 years gets updated on the ASIQA website. Why do we have those two things going on?
I guess it's just like in any regulatory scheme, there are tools that are used by regulators that will have, it's not a perfect system that will give them one indicator of risk, that it's supplanted by local intelligence about what's going on. So it is, I would say, just one part of the puzzle for a regulator to use that that's provided to them.
My final question for you: we've heard that there is another rating that you can get that is above exceeding. I think it's called excellent.
Yes.
What is that?
Thank you very much for asking. And that is one of the functions I forgot to mention. We have the authority to look at an application by a service that has attained exceeding by the regulatory authority, and they put in an application to us to be recognised as exceptional.
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 Yeah, okay.
And that exceptional, that application is received by us, and we interview the service and interview sometimes the parents, if the parents would like to be interviewed, about what makes that service exceptional. And so that if we agree to give that service that excellent rating, they have it for 5 years, and we use that information to uplift all other services. So, you know, we asked the service if we could share how they were exceptional. And what I can say, it's an interesting fact, that what we used to say was meeting and exceeding 13 years ago is probably what we call working towards now, because the overall understanding of what high quality keeps changing. And so we use the those services that have been able to be successful in getting excellent to try and inform parents and inform other services that this is what they really should be aiming to do.
Do they pay you for the...
No, they don't.
Exceptional? They don't have to pay for that? They just have to make an application?
They do.
I think just your final comment there has really sort of drawn into sharp focus. I think a lot of people have the problem with these ratings. When I think about, you know, thankfully my children are old enough now, they're not going to these early learning services, but if I was making that decision today, I'd want to know that my children were going to be safe, well looked after, and learning something, and that they were better off with the people I was leaving them with than they'd be with me trying to do my work at the same time, or whatever it is that whatever the choice is that was given to me at that time. If a service is working towards, that implies to me that they're not meeting that standard. So we can talk about, you know, what that means, and like I take your point. You think that there, you know, that the standard is going up, but I don't think that is being borne out by the data, by what we're reading, but what the incidents being reported are. Shouldn't we just have a system where you either are keeping kids safe and well and teaching them something, or you're not?
So I didn't create the National Quality Framework, and I have to say every day I do admire the researchers, the academics, the government people who created the National Quality Framework, because it was always objective number 3 is that there should be continuous quality improvement, and the working towards was always envisaged to be a new service that opened, and that they have to, you know, of course meet all the minimum standards, but they should be encouraged to keep improving, to keep, you know, ensuring that their staff had in-service development, that they could keep meeting the needs of children, because the children who are going to early childhood today are not going to be the same children who are going there next year or the year after. So communities change. And there was always an idea of how do you encourage services to keep improving. And I absolutely take your point. It's been a nightmare to try and, you even heard today witnesses who don't really get, you know, why would you have working towards, why don't you just have met or not met? And it's my understanding from looking at all the documents creating the National Quality Framework, there was that intention of encouraging services to keep improving. But I take your point, and I think we're at the stage now where 9 governments are thinking, how could we have a better system that gave parents a clearer view of that their children are safe, you know.
Because we have services in New South Wales 10 years plus working towards. They've never ever been anything but working towards.
And I have to say, and I'm sorry that I missed Miss Mitchell, because when she was Minister for Early Childhood, she asked a CEQA to develop what is called the Quality Support Program, and that is where the department gives us the names of services that are working towards, and we work very intensely with them. It's over an 18-month period, and what we have found, and we don't do the evaluation, the department does the evaluation. When a service undertakes that work with us, it's something like 73% have moved from working towards to meeting or exceeding, and I think it's about 91% have actually improved with the 40 elements under the National Quality Standard. And I know the South Australian Royal Commission really called out that program that we have and said every state and territory should have it because it's a very successful program, and it was under Miss Mitchell's time when she was early childhood.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but thank you so much. This has been really informative. To the extent that questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, Committee Secretary will be in touch, but that does conclude our session with you today, as well as the hearing for today. I think we're back on the 23rd of September for our next hearing, but that concludes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Committee members.